out of executive session. And so we're going to start with an item of recognition. I'm just waiting for my computer to start up, but we are very honored to have the Be Smart program here with Ann Sawchuk, who brought this forward to the district. She is going to just take a few moments to share some information about the Be Smart program, and then we have a resolution that we're going to recommend the board vote on. So, thank you, Ann.
Hello, good evening. I am Ann Sawchuk, a volunteer with the Maine chapter of Be Smart, a national gun safety program, and a Cumberland resident. Thank you to the MSAD 51 School Board, School Administration, and the Cumberland Police Department for the actions you are taking tonight to approve a letter to our Cumberland school community discussing secure storage and gun safety. Also, thank you for your participation in the Sandy Hook Promise program. These actions will work to protect our children from gun violence and make our entire community safer. A few facts. Here are a few chilling facts about gun violence. Guns are now the leading cause of death for American children and teens. Since 2018, there have been more than 100 school shooting incidents per year in our country, and those numbers have steadily increased. Approximately 3/4 of perpetrators in school-based active shooter situations acquired their firearm from the home of a parent or a close relative. More than 4 million children live in a household with at least one unlocked and loaded firearm. Data suggests that school-based interventions to support students in crisis and act on warning signals are vital for addressing school gun violence. Last year, we learned for sure that Maine is not immune from gun violence. Not only did we experience 2 really horrific shootings in our state, but we have one of the highest rates of suicide by gun in the Northeast. Nationally, more than 1,000 children and teens die by suicide with a gun each year. Additional shootings involving children have also occurred in our state, accidental shootings involving children have also occurred in our state over the last year, and nationally more than 350 children unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else each year. Yes, Maine has a strong heritage of gun ownership and hunting, and when you talk to experienced gun owners, like guys my age, they will tell you how they store and take care of their guns. Their guns are stored unloaded, locked with a firearm locking device, and in a locked location like a gun safe or lockbox. Ammunition is stored in a separate locked location. In Maine, if a child gets a hold of an insecurely stored firearm and uses it in a reckless or threatening manner, or in the commission of a crime, or merely discharges it, the person responsible for that gun can be charged with a crime under the Maine Criminal Code. Not all gun owners follow the safety procedures that experienced gun owners do, as evidenced by the number of kids living in homes with unlocked and insecurely stored guns. Safety is always an adult responsibility. Kids will be kids, so it is always an adult's responsibility to keep children safe. Always assume that curious or impulsive kids may find and touch an unsecured gun, even if they've been told not to. Be Smart adults protect kids by making sure all guns are stored securely, which means they are not accessible to kids, and by making sure kids are never in the presence of unsecured guns. So Be Smart is a program that gives people information about safe gun storage and gets people talking about gun safety. We encourage parents and caretakers to be smart and take these 5 simple steps to prevent shootings by children. Secure all guns in your home and vehicles. Model responsible behavior around guns. Ask about unsecured guns in other homes. Recognize the role of guns in suicide. Tell your peers to be smart. Talk about it. If there are guns in your home, it's safer to store them securely. Households that locked both firearms and ammunition have a much lower risk of self-inflicted firearm injuries and a much lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children. And it's always safer for your children to be in a home that stores firearms safely and securely, even if only on a play date. So how can Be Smart help our MSAD 51 community? Through providing trained volunteer presenters and informational materials. We have a great informational website as well. There's no cost for any of this, and Be Smart must always be non-political. Be Smart is a 100% educational program to help families adopt safe gun storage in the home and keep our kids safe. We are happy to present a full slideshow and discussion program at any community program. By the actions MSAD 51 is taking tonight to approve a safe storage letter and join Sandy Hook Promise, you will save lives. We want to help you roll out the message about safe gun storage and make safe gun storage become second nature in the Cumberland community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can I get a motion to move the item for action around the resolution? So as Ann mentioned, we have a letter that's been co-signed by the district and Chief Rumsey, the Cumberland Chief of Police, that we would like we're inviting the board to support, and then we'd also be sending this letter out to our community members, and it gives more resources. And then, as Ann mentioned, any organization in the community could also invite Be Smart in for a presentation.
I'll make the motion to support the Be Smart model resolution for the National Gun Safety and Secure Firearm Storage Program.
Great, thanks, Ann. And Annika for the second. Any questions? No? All in favor? Absolutely. Great, thank you. And we can't wait to send this out and hopefully have some more programming. So I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're going to move to approval of minutes. Can I get a motion to approve the March 4th meeting minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Megan.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do have one question. I looked at the minutes earlier, and maybe I'm misremembering or they've been changed, but it said that we tabled the discussion of the stakeholder survey until April 1st, but I believe it's on the agenda for tonight.
Yeah, that was before we made this a hybrid meeting. It was supposed to be a workshop, but then it became a regular meeting, so that's why the date changed.
Okay,
But
so
it
the
was
minutes are
announced.
accurate, but we've made
Yeah.
a change since then. Okay.
Right.
That's all.
The minutes are accurate.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All in favor? Great, thank you. Minutes approved. So now we're going to move to public comment. So it's great to see such a full room today. The board welcomes and recognizes the value of public comment. To ensure public comment is fair and orderly, we follow procedures outlined in our board policy BEDH, and we ask that all members of the public do so as well. We follow this policy to help keep the meeting civil, respectful, and productive. We also hope that this allows for all community members who would like to speak to be heard. We ask that speakers use the designated podium when making their comments and speak into the microphone. If you are interested in speaking, please wait until recognized by myself, the chair. Comments by individuals are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes at a meeting. The clock will be visible on screen to help keep track of time. After 3 minutes, the timer will go off and comments should be wrapped up. Please state your name and town of residence before beginning your remarks. Residents and staff members will be given priority over non-residents within the allotted time frame. Our policy allows for 30 total minutes of public comment, although that can be modified at the discretion of the board. As a reminder, public comment is not a time for discussion, question and answers, or debate between the board and speakers. Rather, it is a chance for members of the public to express their opinions on school and educational matters. The board will not comment on remarks made by speakers during the public comment period. Please know that this does not mean that we are not listening, and it does not express any agreement or disagreement with your statement. Lastly, please keep comments respectful and civil, and that includes members of the audience. Please do not disrupt or respond to the speaker's comments. We also ask that comments be addressed to myself, the chair, and do not direct comments at or about individuals at our schools or community. And I will stop any comments on the contrary to these rules. And individuals who disrupt the meeting may be asked to leave. Great. Now that I've read the rules, would anyone like to speak? Yeah, great, thank you. Come on up.
Forget all the things I was supposed to tell you.
Just your name and what town you live in.
My name is Stephanie Durant. I live in Cumberland. I see a lot of athletes here tonight. I want to start by saying I was a high school athlete. I went to state in all of my events. I understand the important place athletics has in a high school experience. I am here because I'm hoping that we can slow down the approval of turf to do a little more in-depth research. I also work in public health. I work for Defend Our Health. I work in toxins. I have a biology degree. I was a former high school science teacher. I have a lot of background in environmental health and the impact that harmful chemicals can have, especially on young people. So I am not here to say we should not do this. I am here to say we should look closer. I was forwarded 3 articles that have been circulated, I believe, as scientific support for this proposal. I read them all. I only got them today, so there are parts I would want to reread. But a couple of thoughts after reading those scientific articles are none of the 3 articles address PFAS to any degree in any way. That is a huge health concern in Maine particularly, and is a current emerging field of health concern that we do not know enough about. Not any of the articles addressed PFAS and the impact that that can have on developing people. PFAS is a bioaccumulative. It doesn't flush out of your system. You cannot remove it. You cannot use chelation. You pick it up as a souvenir throughout your life, and it dies with you. And it can be toxic in many different ways. I only have a minute, so I'll keep going. Another concern I have is that many of the articles took a subset of chemicals and studied their combined significance, specifically mentioning we left out all these other chemicals, but when you add them in, things might change. Well, the fact of the matter is, in your everyday lives, as you walk around and do your things, you are exposed to all those things. They do add up, and the total does matter, not the subset. And I think that it is important that we look at total exposure of our kids in their morning to night routines and not just in one activity singled out, because that's not how our bodies work. Our bodies don't single those things out. The cumulative effect is what has the most impact. And lastly, all the endocrine disruptors they mentioned in those articles, they talked about in terms of dose makes the poison. Endocrine disruptors do not work that way. Small amounts have big effects. They do not follow a more is worse. Small amounts are just as bad. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great. Who'd like to be next? Thank you.
Is it all right if I go?
Okay.
I'm not as familiar with the chemicals and the biology as she was, but I want to talk about the injury aspect to turf. There will be a lot of people up here talking about how it's putting us at a competitive disadvantage, and we have to take long bus rides, which is also an important aspect. But my sophomore year, I tore my ACL and my meniscus, which are two pretty major ligaments in your knee. It cost my family, it was a $30,000 surgery and a 9-month recovery. So there's a lot of other problems, but I think the injury is pretty severe. Like, it'll be pretty common for people to get like a rolled ankle or shin splints sliding in the mud or stepping in a hole. But there's also more severe injuries that can happen playing on bad fields.
Can you just state your name and your?
Oh, Hayden Petrie, North Yarmouth, Maine.
Thanks, Hayden. All right.
Thank you.
No. Yes.
Hello, my name is Maya Vickerson. I'm a student athlete at Greeley High School, class of 2025, and I participate as a lacrosse and field hockey goalie. I'm a member of the Greeley Athletic Board, but I come to talk to you as a student and give my perspective on the benefits of a turf field. Although the differences between grass and turf may seem insignificant to many, the differences are drastic and a complete game changer for both sports. As a goalie, consistency is key. Having specific playing styles, balancing the field to the surface I play on, small changes have a large impact on my performance. Unlike grass fields, which can become uneven and unpredictable, a turf field would provide a smooth and level playing surface. This allows me, along with my teammates, to anticipate the ball's movement, move more accurately, react faster, and confidently make split-second decisions. This consistency is durable and long-lasting. Regardless of weather conditions and the amount of gameplay, a turf field remains playable. This means many things for us as athletes. Starting with more practice time without fear of tearing up the grass field, less chance of games being postponed or delayed due to waterlogged fields, a chance to practice on the field I play on during games, and gain experience on turf fields for future college experiences. And a significant speed increase in the gameplay caused by less traction on the ball, which enhances the flow of intensity of the game, not only making it more fun for athletes like me, but more interesting games for families and friends to watch. These are things that our grass field do not provide, which creates challenges for every team. And despite all of the challenges a grass field presents me, the mud is by far my least favorite. There's nothing more annoying than putting hard work in at practice the day after it rained and then having to go home and scrub each piece of my gear to clean the dirt off. And I don't know if you've seen goalie gear for lacrosse or field hockey, but there's a lot of it. Furthermore, a turf field offers versatility. It can accommodate multiple sports and activities, allowing our school to make the most of its resources. Whether it's playing field hockey, lacrosse, soccer, football, or other recreational activities like ultimate frisbee, a turf field serves as a hub for our school's athletic community, and it's something we as athletes can take pride in. To drive home my point, I spent one day sitting at a table in the cafeteria collecting student signatures in support of this possible turf. And within 2 hours that day, I collected over 200 signatures. Thank you for your time and for voting in favor of the turf.
Thank you. I'd like to be next. Thank you.
Andrew Paget, North Yarmouth. I already said that, but hello, my name is Andrew Paget, and I'm a junior at Greeley High School and a captain on the football team. I'd first like to start off with a question that does not need a verbal response. So if you could humor me, could you guys raise your hand if you have been to a sporting event, football, soccer, lacrosse, at the Hutch, on our field in the past 4 years? Okay, yeah, so some of you guys have seen the amazing community our athletes have created and brought to this town. It's a great experience for athletes like myself and members of the community to get out and support the town while building a stronger community overall. I believe that one of our main sources of community development is within our athletics. With that being said, I think because of this, we should give our programs the support it deserves. That support is a turf field. Every single sport that uses the field currently, girls and boys soccer, girls and boys lacrosse, and football, all play their state championship games and many playoff games on turf fields. Not having a turf field is a massive competitive disadvantage for our Greeley teams. In our football region, 3 out of the 5 other teams have turf fields, those teams being the more competitive ones, and the other 2 that don't have turf fields are Lake Region and Gray. We should not have to play our senior night game over at one of our rival towns' turf fields just because of a little rain that night. I came up here tonight knowing that I won't personally be able to experience playing on a home turf field, but I am pleading you consider installing this field for our future generations of athletes to give us the best opportunity on the field, just as this school has given us in the classroom. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hazard from Cumberland, and I too am also in support of the turf field. One thing that is unfortunately not brought up within talking about Hutch Field is field hockey. Numbers are diminishing across nationwide amongst all girls sports, but especially field hockey. I've played field hockey for over 8 years, and while it may not be taken seriously at Greeley, that's in part due to not being able to have the turf field. Turf fields allow us to move the ball, like Maya has said, at a faster pace. It's more at a faster pace. It's more inviting for players because we're also at a competitive advantage. The top 4 teams this year were Yarmouth, Freeport, Lake Region, and Cape Elizabeth. Those are teams that we need to be able to compete against. They are our top competitors. We want to be able to make championships. We want to be able to make playoffs, and that's not going to be able to be done without being involved in sports. Unfortunately, it feels as though, I know field hockey especially doesn't feel a part of the community, especially considering we don't even get a chance to have bleachers. We don't get a chance to have fans or an expansion to family and friends who get to come and watch us play. Additionally, I will also just mention we've had a lot of season-ending injuries this year, and I know, as Hayden mentioned, it's really devastating not only to see as a teammate, as a friend, but also as a player yourself. Season-ending injuries also are very impacting on your mental health, and I think that also should be considered as well. Weather, of course, here is always give or take. Rain happens a lot, and especially for the track field, which, if you don't know, that's where field hockey players play. It can be very dangerous. It's very dry. There's patches of non-grass, just dirt, and that's pretty much it. I hope that you will consider in support of the turf field. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone who'd like to go next?
Hello, my name is Maya Douglas and I'm from Cumberland. I really appreciated Lauren's comments. I also play field hockey at Greeley, and I thought that the comments about not having bleachers or fans is very interesting, but my perspective comes from the ability not to be able to film and not be able to submit film. And for anyone who knows anything about college sports, it's very competitive trying to get into college, trying to play in college, literally anything to do with college sports. It requires a strong amount of money, a strong amount of film. I have been through this experience. I have gotten plenty of family-made film, which is a bit shaky and hard to see players from our games, our home games, and I've tried to submit it to coaches, and I've been told that I am not allowed to submit anything on grass because it is not the surface they play on. They do not want to see that. I'm not allowed to film at games where we play away on turf. No one is, if you're at an away game. This means that I have to go to clubs, I have to go to tournaments and pay thousands of dollars to get a film of me playing so I may submit to colleges. Not only is it a barrier for people who would like to play in college but may not have the financial resources to, it is extremely discouraging to be told that even though your family has worked very, very hard to film this tape for you, you are not allowed to play on, you're not allowed to submit it because of something that your school just deems as unnecessary. I know that athletics is very important to many students and is a path to college for many who may not be able to achieve it otherwise. And having a school that does not help you to start that process is very difficult, especially if you're not willing to pay thousands of dollars for film. Thank you.
I'm Jude Cook from North Yarmouth. There's a lot of issues with our grass fields that I could talk about, like shin splints or ACL injuries or other injuries of that sort. But I think that the most dangerous thing for at least the lacrosse team is early season. We have to drive to the main athletic complex, which for players who live in North Yarmouth is between 35 and 40 minutes from our houses for 9 o'clock to almost 10:30 practices every night of the week. So that means we're not getting home till 11:10, and by the time that we're showered and in bed, it's 11:30, which is significantly worse for our academics, as we all know. And it's also very dangerous for a bunch of new drivers, 16, 17, 18-year-old kids, to be driving on highways in Falmouth at the night, very late. Not good. That's all.
Thank you.
I'm Finn McLean, and I live in Cumberland. So just like these guys right here and the girls in the room, I am a student athlete at Greeley. I'm a senior here. I've been on the lacrosse team for the past 4 years. I've been playing lacrosse since I was in like second grade. And hands down, I could say that lacrosse on turf is just the best way to put it. It's just fast, and it's the best way to play it. So about 4 years ago, when I was a freshman, we started practicing at Sharps Field, which is at the North Yarmouth Town Hall. It's a small little field, and we soon got to know it, and Coach Story would call it the cow pasture because it's all dirt and mud when we're in the middle of the season trying to play on it. And so as you can imagine, that's just not very safe at all. So we played on that my freshman and sophomore year, and my junior year came around. We had one practice on the cow pasture, and Coach marked it basically unplayable on. So we were gifted this amazing field out here inside the track. Amazing. It's where the field hockey plays as well. And that went okay, but it's just not as good as the turf field. And I hear many people say our grass field's great, the hutch is great because it's our home field advantage, but it's not a home field advantage if we can't even practice on the home field. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, and I think it'd be very greatly appreciated if you guys oppose the turf field. Thank you.
Is there anyone who'd like to go next? Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm going to just change things up. I didn't realize that this was going to be a full house tonight on turf fields. I'm here as a concerned parent for Mabel I. Wilson. My name is Nick Dambry, and I have a child at Mabel I. And I'm a resident of Cumberland. I stand before you today troubled by the current state of the affairs at Mabel I. Wilson. I wish to share your personal story that underscores the urgent need of action. One evening, sitting at the dinner table, my son mentioned taking the iReady test, a standardized assessment of our students undergoing multiple times a year. Curious about the process, I reached out to his teacher, inquired about the results, only to discover that the school typically releases them in the spring or upon request. This revelation shocked me. Shouldn't parents be proactively informed about their child's academic performance? Upon receiving results, I was dismayed by my son's scores were below what I deemed acceptable. When I approached the school for additional support, I was met with resistance. They informed me that he didn't qualify for extra help for reading because he wasn't below a 20% proficiency rating, which I thought was a really shock. This arbitrary threshold left me questioning the system. How many other parents are unaware that their child may be struggling academically? It is evident that we need a fundamental shift in how we approach academic support for Mabel I. Wilson. While the school may lack the resources or the assistance every student needs, it is imperative that parents are promptly notified of their child's standings. Armed with information, families can intervene with supplemental resources such as tutors or at-home study material. The recent ranking of Mabel I. Wilson, which is 99th out of 219, everybody in this room may think we have the #1 school district in the state of Maine. We have the #1 high school in the state of Maine. This was conducted by the same organization that awarded Greeley High School their prestigious #1 ranking. Further highlights the urgent need for improvements. We cannot afford to ignore the challenges faced by our elementary school. After all, we will not have a #1 high school in years to come if we do not have a strong elementary school. I want to emphasize that we have incredible teachers at Mabel I. Wilson who are dedicated to the success of our students. However, they need the support from our district to effectively address the needs of every child. We must provide them the resources and the assistance necessary to help our students thrive. I propose a proactive approach that prioritizes parent involvement and empowers the families to support their students' education effectively. Instead of waiting for the concerned parents to inquire about the test results, please provide them transparency and timely communication. If the school cannot afford necessary assistance, let us, the parents or families, come up with options, whether that be a list of recommendations from our school for tutors or a curated reading materials that if parents don't have the financial wherewithal to help to pay for tutors, they can sit with their kids at night and help them. By fostering collaborative partnership between parents and educators, the community can ensure that every child at Mabel I. Wilson will have the opportunity to thrive academically.
Hi everyone, Becca Kelker, Cumberland. Thanks for taking the time to hear from us tonight. I'm a Greeley grad, former Greeley teacher, resident of Cumberland, parent to 3, 2 of which are at MIW, and in my 12th season as the head coach for the girls lacrosse program here, coming off back-to-back state championships. So my perspective on the turf issue is from the parent perspective as well as a stakeholder from the athletic side. I do believe it's in the town's best interest to include the turf project in the school budget. And I want to be clear, it's not because I think it'll give us more wins or more championships, but because of the effects it has on a large portion of our communities. First and foremost, we need to provide a safe playing surface like many of the athletes have alluded to. I've seen 2 season-ending injuries as a direct result of the condition of our field. And 2 of them, those 2 were of our opponents, which makes me feel responsible for them in part. And while it's still possible to be injured on a turf field, the probability is smaller than on a field where there's large dirt patches, uneven grass, ruts, and poor drainage. I'd even be happy to walk the field with you if you'd like to. Secondly, our athletes deserve a facility they can be proud of. These guys invest so much time into their athletics, their sport, the youth, their teams. To play on a field that is in such poor condition as ours is sends a message that they're not valued members of our community. Our students who participate in music and theater were provided a much-deserved facility in the GCA, and I'm hoping that we can provide the same for our athletes. The final reason I would say for advocating for this project to be included is the toll it takes on the athletes and their families, as alluded to previously. We start our season in March, so on average, 30% of our practices are away at turf fields. That's a third of our season is away. So the time that it takes, the financial burden that is put on the boosters to pay for that turf is significant. And then the effect that it has, as alluded to earlier, on the academics of our students, all that travel time, preseason scrimmages are always away, so that takes away from our student athletes who, I'm so proud of our team. They're very high achieving students. Most of them are involved in the AP or IB courses, and so demanding an extra hour or 2 of their time is significant for them. I realize you all are not in an easy position on this decision, but I hope what I shared will help and what all these guys are advocating for. This is the second round of times I've advocated for a turf field with the school board, and I think it's time. Thank you.
If you hold on 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. Oh, no.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Terry Maloney Kelly, and for the youngsters in this room, flash forward 50 years. I am a graduate of Greeley 1974. I'm also a member of the Cumberland North Yarmouth Taxpayer Advisory Group, but I'm here tonight to speak as a passionate individual citizen for our 2 communities. Our family moved to Cumberland in 1952, and our homestead exists today to include 4 generations. I was one of 7 children who went through the Cumberland schools just when the MSAD was formed. I'm a 74 year grad, year of 74. People think I'm 74, and I get why you would. My husband and I are living off what is now a very modest financial means after working blue-collar jobs all our life here in Maine. We represent one of the 38% of the households in Cumberland currently living under $100,000 of income, when they say that you now need a minimum of $144,000 to be my new neighbor. I would guesstimate that the demographics of North Yarmouth are very similar. For the majority of those against the referendum that we just had in Cumberland, which was very divisive, it really was not about housing. It is about financial impact, period. My family couldn't have that conversation necessarily about whether we agreed with it or not, because it's just not within our realm to bring on new taxes, as well as the impact of that project on our school system. Tonight, I'm here for a similar reason. A new turf field is a new tax impact. It has absolutely nothing to do about turf with me, honestly. I can tell you that back 50 years ago, we had far less than what you have today, but we did just as well in the realm of everyone else. And I've learned through life, up until recently, I always thought it's not about what you have, it's about who you are. This has concern about a tax turf field, oh my goodness, is very concerning. I've got to hurry. What I would like, my reason for coming here is to ask this community to think about all of the other folks in our community like myself. I'm not for or against having a turf field. I'm asking this leadership team to please look at other ways to provide our community with what it wants, without further burdening those of us that don't have the financial capacity to respond. Please remove the new expense of the turf field from the expansion budget. Please consider private and corporate funding so everyone can be a part of the solution based on their ability to give, including myself. Please do not jeopardize the need for a school expansion by including this item in that budget, because it's an all or nothing vote.
Thank you,
and thank
Terry.
you for your service to our community.
Thank you, Terry.
Hello, my name is Isaiah Axelson. I live in Cumberland, Maine. Now, I've been playing on turf my whole life coming from Portland. And I can tell you that turf makes a difference. When I look at the team we have now and our future Rangers, I see players that want to win. Teams playing on turf field have an advantage over us. I can tell you from experience, being blessed with the opportunity to play at Fitzpatrick Stadium my whole life. Teams that don't play on turf field have a clear disadvantage versus teams that don't, especially playing in state championships. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heather Lincoln. I'm a North Yarmouth resident, and I did speak at our last meeting. I wanted to say that since then, I've been considering what other people have been saying. Especially, I was really interested in what Athletic Director Shapiro spoke about in terms of our advantage of considering what type of turf we would use, since we have the years and experience of all these other schools who have put their turf on. And additionally, he spoke about the chemicals that we have to use in fertilizer to keep our grass green and fresh, and have our students able to practice on it. So I definitely feel like we have been speaking about the chemical impact for so many years, and there has been so much research done. I really appreciate what I think it was Kennebunk has posted the type of turf that they've put on their field and the chemicals that are used and the longevity of the impact. And I hope that we can, you know, follow suit and be an example to other schools who would like to support their athletes in that way in a healthy field. So I just wanted to say that it's been interesting to follow this discussion and consider our options. And I think that we have a lot of really good options, and we can be grateful to our predecessors who have done it for us. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Yeah, great.
According to my mom, Maine spends millions of dollars trying to get toxins out of the soil, but when we're voting for turf to be put on the soil, we're voting to put these toxins right back in. So that's just creating a bigger problem that we're not seeing.
Great. Do you mind sharing your name? Just your first name is fine.
Elijah
Cumberland. Thank you, Elijah. Anyone else? Great. Well, I'd like to close public comment, and I want to thank you for all the students who are advocating not only for their future or the future students of this district. So thanks everyone for coming for public comment. You are welcome to stay. There's some seats up front.
We'll need some takeout first.
No one's taken my invitation.
Nobody wants it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that means. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. And so I figured that group was. I think going to activate against it. Thank you. I think careful. And first, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Secondly, I'm trying to find you. Which house is yours? My house. I'll find you. That was great.
All right.
Well, we could leave that door open. It's a little bit nicer. It's very hot in here.
Some fresh air. All right. So now we're going to move to presentations. We get the stakeholder survey.
Yes, stakeholder survey summary. So annually, before the pandemic, we provided stakeholder surveys or asked people for their responses on a number of different areas. And during the pandemic, obviously, we did not. That was just one more thing that we put to the side. Last year, thankfully, we brought this survey back. And so we have 2 years worth of data, which is great. These surveys are administered to get an annual temperature check on various areas of the district, make sure we're somewhat on target, regularly measuring student, staff, and parent attitudes. It's a metric in our annual report. It helps monitor trends and helps us respond when there is an issue that seems to be going on for a period of time that we can respond to, and helps administrators and staff inform strategic priorities, marking progress, and making changes in site improvement plans, which are the plans that each school and each department in our district has aligned to the strategic plan. So in looking at this report tonight, I'm going to be talking about the satisfaction areas that are 80% or above, where the respondents in aggregate responded 80% or above in that particular area. And if they're not 80% or above, if they're 79% or below, they'll be in another category. The margin of error that we use is 1 to 3%. So anything 1, 2, or 3% is within that margin of error. And green flagged items are areas that are 4% or more, where the gain over last year was 4% or more. And yellow flagged items are areas that are a drop of 4% or more. And you'll see that as we go through this fairly briefly. The numbers of people responding to the survey this year was very close to last year. It was just a few people less, about 25 people less than last year. So we had 45% of all of our stakeholders, that's students in grades 3 to 12, staff, and parents and guardians. We had 2,425 people respond this year to the surveys. Again, just a little bit under last year, where we had 2,454 people responding. So really a large response in the last couple of years. Very thankful for that, and thank you to everyone for taking the time. So for grades 3 to 5, I'm not going to read through all these areas. I'm just going to highlight the ones that are color-coded. These are all areas in the student survey for grades 3 to 5 where, as an aggregate, there was 80% or greater of a response, a very positive response. You can see that there's comparison between last year and this year. This is the 2 years now that we're comparing. Next year we'll have 3 years. And the green areas, again, are areas that within this group, 80% satisfaction or more, there was an increase. And then if there's a yellow area, you can see a decrease, but still above the 80% mark for satisfaction overall. So my teacher finds different ways to help me learn went up 8% over last year, so 80 to 88%. I feel like I belong at my school. Students in grades 3 to 5 mark that as a positive, going up even more than last year, 82 to 86%. Students are treated fairly by adults in my school, went down, but still above the 80%, from 90 to 86%. And I feel safe at my school. Responding comments were up over last year, 90% this year, up from 86%. Again, still high last year as well, over that 80% threshold. And then on the small list of grades 3 to 5 students who said that these were areas they didn't find were of satisfaction, or they responded less than 80% satisfaction. My teacher tells me how I'm doing on my work. Went down to 77% this year, down from 84% last year. And I have the ability to make choices about my learning, or what I'm learning, went down to 66%. So this is, again, kind of the format that you can follow throughout these surveys. Now looking at students in grades 6 through 12, you can see that for satisfaction 80% or above, there was really no statistical change from last year to this year. For satisfaction below 80%, there was one area that students in grades 6 to 12 ranked quite a bit lower. My teachers find different ways to help me learn, and 66% of students said they responded favorably, as opposed to 80% the year before. Also on the area of students grades 6 to 12, below 80%, we did have harassment and bullying are treated seriously. Last year it was 63%. It went up to 68% students saying that those areas are treated seriously. So that's an improvement. The next one, I feel like I belong to my school community, went down slightly by 4 points, from 82 to 78%. So looking at the staff survey, in 2023, I made these comments right before I talked about the results. The staff survey last year, we had a lot of instances of staff shortages a year ago. When I gave this presentation, we had between 10 and 12% of our staff unfilled positions in our district. Overcrowded conditions, school project uncertainty, some of this is still true. Collective bargaining, we were in an impasse with the educational technician bargaining unit at the time, and there is a lot of national scrutiny of schools and educators a year ago as well. So some of these things still on the list. Our staff shortages, thankfully, we are filling 99% of our open positions at this point, so definitely different. On the 80% satisfaction or above, we had areas that went up even over the 80%. You can see I'm proud to be a staff member in MSAD 51, 95% this year. I have a clear understanding of our school or department's goals and how I can contribute to them. 89% of the staff said that was true. School or department information is communicated effectively to me, 82%, now over that 80%. And I feel confident in meeting the learning needs of my most advanced students, 89%, big jump over last year, where only 75% had responded favorably. Again, on the 80% or above for staff, 84% of the staff said my building administrator or administrators show concern for me and other staff members in the school. That's way up over 68% last year. And 82% of staff said my building administrators help me carry out my responsibilities effectively. And again, that's way over the 69% last year. Again, this is a combination of all schools in the district. Below 80% staff reported that this year 78% said that my school or department has the resources and personnel to advance our mission. Again, that's up over last year, 62% last year. District special education supports are adequate and responsive to students, way up. This year, 79%, as opposed to 55% last year. But again, below that 80% that we're looking for. My work schedule allows me to collaborate with my colleagues in ways to improve student learning experiences for students. Pretty significant increase there, 63 versus 49% last year. My district and school provide me relevant professional learning, 58% saying yes, over 46% last year. The district's curriculum is easy to access and use, about a 12% or 11% jump there, 66 to 55%. And I feel confident in meeting the learning needs of students who typically are not motivated, 79% responding favorably as opposed to 69% last year. Also below 80% this year again, 59% of staff said that I have a voice in matters related to school improvement. That's up over 44% a year ago. The superintendent and school board take care to balance the needs of students with the community's ability to fund the schools, 74% saying yes, which is more than last year, 66%. And my work area in school or department is clean and well maintained, 72% saying yes, over 66% last year. Moving to parents and guardians, 94% of our parents and guardians said that they are proud of their child's school district. That's up over the 90% a year ago. No changes on this page. Again, 80% or above, 85% of parents or guardians said a climate of openness and trust exists between school administration and parents. That's up over last year, which was 81%. So the areas below 80%, parents and guardians said that 69% were responding that my child feels safe on the school bus. If your child does not ride the bus, parents were asked to skip the question, but this is up over last year, which was 64%. So the areas of satisfaction in 2024, a lot of those areas are similar to last year. There were some changes. Feeling safe at school, getting help at school, clear academic expectations and learning targets, respecting diversity, technology availability, clear behavioral expectations and follow-through, challenging thinking skills, thinking skills-based learning, district communication and surveys conducted annually were areas of satisfaction. We did ask all stakeholders, actually we asked parents and guardians and staff if they would like the survey administered annually. And I think we had 75%, I think I put it on a different slide, said yes, continue these annually. We had said, would you like us to do or conduct these surveys every other year? We didn't ask the students because we figured they may not want to take them annually anyway, but so we can ask the students next year as an alternative. Areas that need further monitoring, student choice and learning, that's a new area that really kind of came to the surface this year. We want to take a little bit more of a look at that one. Belonging and connection to school, staff morale, although there's, as I mentioned or showed you, there's a lot of improvement from last year. Bullying and harassment, even though there was again improvement from last year, that's still a low area. Preparation for college and career, school facilities, just the overcrowding, even though the cleanliness had come up. A lot of these areas improved, but they were still below the 80% threshold that we like to see. After school programming, sports and arts, that was mostly among parents and guardians and not among students. Bus safety, that was definitely a parent and guardian concern. Again, some improvement, but still below where we want to see that. And school level responsiveness, again, improvement, but below the 80% that we like to see. So looking at the total satisfaction responses, again, we had about 2,500 people responding to the surveys. When we look at all of our students, grades 3 to 5, this year we had 75% of our students in grades 3 to 5 responding positively to the areas of the survey, and that's down from a year ago where it was 92%. Again, we only have a dozen questions for students in grades 3 to 5, so even a question or two that's different can certainly throw that off. Just pointing out that that's the group that has the least amount of questions that we ask. For students in grades 6 to 12, no change. I was surprised. I did the math twice just to make sure I wasn't wrong. But 55% both years, responding positively to different areas of the survey, or giving at least an 80% satisfaction. For staff, this was one area that was an increase overall, was the increase overall in satisfaction. 40% a year ago, and 52% of our staff now responding affirmatively or 80% or above on responses. Parents and guardians, again, I checked it again twice, 86%, very consistent, 86% of parents and guardians overall responding affirmatively or positively, 80% or more on areas of the survey. So if we look at the complete aggregate, 65%. So we had 86 total questions that were asked between all stakeholders. So we just took all those questions and then divided by the satisfaction levels of 80% or more. We had 65% both years, very consistent with some shifts, as you can see, with students and staff among the areas. So that's the stakeholder response. The schools have the school level data, and they are using that, starting to use that with their staff. And we're really fortunate this year. We got this done a lot earlier. Last year I presented this report to you in June. So here we are in March, and this is where we plan to be every year. We want to administer those surveys in January like we did this year and get those results to the board as soon as we can and to the public.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad we were able to have this in March, because it does give you more time to work through the results at the building level. And I think it just goes to show that we do appreciate everybody who takes this survey annually, because it is being used to drive change. And we as the board last year had some, pretty significant concerns around the staff results. And I was happy to see some of those did go up. I mean, certainly there's still areas that we're going to continue to focus on, but it was nice to see that did go up a bit. Other questions, comments on this year's results?
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the broad overview there and mentioning how it is used at the school level, because I think that that is helpful for people to know, for those who have participated, how it's being used, and that they have that data to dig into a little bit with staff as well. And I think that the areas that you outlined for where we can continue to improve captured things well. As I was looking through, just a couple of the areas that struck me where I think that school data does make a difference is something like my teacher helps me find different ways of helping me learn. It was kind of striking to see how that had gone up at the lower grade levels and had gone down at the higher grade levels. And so I think, again, that's just one area where that information is helpful. And going through also seeing the feedback on after school activities. I didn't actually go through all of the individual data that we were provided, but it does seem like, again, at the lower grade levels, as we know, where parents need more after school care, that there was greater dissatisfaction with that than at the higher grade levels, where we also have more after school sports and activities available. So I think that that's really helpful. One question that I had last year and that I have again this year would be what the opportunity might be to provide room for comments on the surveys. I don't know if that would be all the surveys. Certainly as a parent who's participated on the survey in the past, we don't have the same way to engage with the numbers afterward. And I wonder if that had ever been explored in terms of gathering more of that qualitative data as well as the quantitative.
No, I think that's come up before, because the staff does have more opportunity to engage around all the survey results really. But I think having the parents have a different way of engaging with that information, we have talked about that. So I'd be open to ideas around that. For students, I know that some of the teachers go through the results, or they'll revisit results with students when it comes out. But also, that's an area that's probably inconsistent as well. How do students get back the results? How do they see those?
Can I put our students a little bit on the spot and ask if you've ever been able to get the results back, or if you've had any opportunities to talk about them?
I think only I've ever gotten to see them back through the board. I mean, I kind of like taking them. I think they're kind of fun, but I feel like I wish that there was a way for us to be able to see it. I don't know how everyone else feels, but
yeah, I would say same with me. I've only seen them through the board, not through advisory or anything like that.
Okay, so those are areas that we can work on, obviously, as the feedback with students and parents. And we will have this, it will be in the newsletter this week as well. There'll be a link to the district level results that will be out there publicly. We also have a page that we put it on our website, so that will be, now that this presentation is done, it will be on the website tomorrow.
And I would just want to add that I really appreciate everyone having filled out the survey, but also it's very helpful and informative to know, if there are trends. And certainly, the pandemic and that was difficult for everybody, and so numbers may have been lower. So it's really nice to see that some areas have really improved and some areas we need to look at. And I'm sure it's hard for not only students but staff to sometimes have the public see these numbers, but we can't improve if we don't know the areas we need to improve in. So thank you for doing it, and great, thank you.
Yeah, and again, I just want to say thank you to everyone that fills this out. I think it's really, it speaks to that people want to be part of the process and provide information. One of the things after last year with the staff survey, the administrators developed a supporting staff plan, which is part of the strategic priorities this year. And there were a number of things in there around recruiting and retention that have been worked on all year in order to improve some of the conditions that we experienced post-pandemic. So I think these are areas that we actually, sometimes we're not just monitoring, we're actually doing something when we see a real drastic issue that needs some work right away.
Anne?
Jeff, can you remind me how the categories for the grades are decided? Because 612 is such a big bucket.
How the categories of the questions are?
I mean, like why it's grouped that way for presenting, because it just, that's spread across buildings, it's a large age span. I mean, I understand it's difficult since third grade is the earliest grade that we issue the survey to. So obviously they can't necessarily be standalone, but.
Yeah, the reason it's this way, Ann, is because except for one or two, I think there's 2 questions that are just high school only. The rest of the survey is the exact same questions for grades 6 through 12, except for a couple of questions that we are just for high school. So that's why we don't delineate. I'm happy to delineate that.
I think it would be more useful just to get a better picture of how students are feeling at each building level.
That would be easy to do.
This may be the dumbest question I've ever asked. Are the order of the questions in this presentation, is that the order of the survey?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
No, not necessarily.
I wasn't sure when you numbered the questions. I was thinking, oh, wow, it's interesting because it's always the questions at the end
No,
that have the
no.
80% or below. And is this just survey weariness? But
No, I'm pretty sure, no, I don't think they are. I think I'd have to go back and look. I numbered them afterwards because I got feedback that it's hard to talk about a question if you don't have a number next to it. And when we're looking at these results, for example, with our leadership team, that was something that came up like, what question are you talking about? The number. So this year is the first year I've put numbers in there. Normally there would be no numbers, so it doesn't correspond with the actual survey.
I know that's kind of a thing.
There might be some similar patterns, but that's not
Okay.
that's not what it is. Good point though, because that does happen.
So first I want to commend the improvement we've been making on the staff side. Last year I remember my eyes getting wide on some of it, and we've been very intentional. You guys have been very intentional about strategically about intervening there and taking opportunities. So we're definitely seeing the results, and that's always really exciting. Something else that is jumping out at me, and I don't at this point really have an answer, but I think it's food for thought, is the gap between the parent reaction and the students and teachers. And if I just the sense that I got walking around campaigning or whatever you want to call it, going door to door, I would not have thought that the parents would be that high. And so my wondering is, like, are the questions the right questions that we're asking the parents? Or do parents, do we need to do a better job of making sure that parents are understanding their students' their students' reaction to some of these questions, or the staff feels? Because as a parent, I don't think we're at, I would rate it higher than what I see the students rating it and where I see the teachers. But seeing that, I'm like, oh, maybe I need to look into things and engage in different conversations with my child. So I just wonder if there's an opportunity there to kind of revisit the parent survey, or try to kind of figure out what the discrepancy is, because I feel like that's a big difference between the stakeholders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a big difference, and obviously there's some questions that are similar or similar wording. There's a lot of questions that are, more pertaining to parents. So yeah, I'm not sure if I can answer that.
I don't think it's much of a question.
I didn't notice that
it's a
before.
thought. Yeah.
Until the last 2 years, I've really noticed the gap. That's when I've noticed it. It is a good observation, though.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're going to move to the items for action. We're going to start with the second read of the 2024-25 calendar. Can I get a motion to approve the 24-25 school calendar as presented?
I move to approve the 2024-25 calendar as presented.
Thank you, Christina. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Tim. Any questions? I know we looked at this at the last meeting. Everyone took it home and studied it.
We did receive a pretty powerfully written email from a parent about the financial strain that the early release Wednesdays poses on families. And I'm wondering if that was considered at all, if that is something that should be discussed. I want to honor the very real issues that email addressed.
Yeah, this is an issue that I think it rises every single year, at least since I've been here, when the calendar gets adopted. So much to the point where it made it into a strategic plan about 5 years ago. And part of the strategic plan at that time called for a committee, and it was a stakeholder committee of about 15, 16 people, all different stakeholders that looked at the entire calendar, including early releases, to see if having 25 early release days a year, 26, was something the district wanted to continue supporting. After I think it was 11, 12 months, it might have been 13 months, it was a long committee, they went through 15 different potential scenarios where the calendar could be changed, and most of it was around early release, and whether or not it should be limited or if there are other ways to handle professional learning, and they made a recommendation at the end of the 13 months to the board. The board then deliberated on it for at least 2 meetings, I think, before, and heard a lot of stakeholder input during those meetings, and ultimately decided, and I know it was a very difficult, I remember it was very difficult, a lot of outpouring of people really putting their feedback in. The board decided at that point to stay with the model that we have today. So I think we do get those emails, and I kind of defer back to the process that we had in looking at all of that. And I think if the board was interested in reviewing that again, I would suggest that it be part of the strategic priorities that you have.
Well, I think it is worth noting too that for the parents and guardians, the questions, there were only 4 questions that had satisfaction of 80% or below, and 2 of them were in the 40s, and that's, I'm satisfied with the after-school opportunities for both sports and arts. And I'm wondering if maybe those numbers are that low because of early release Wednesdays. So
there's real challenges in this community with having, we have wait lists for our after-school programming. And so, yeah, I could see it being a real concern on those days. And whether we talk about that as a separate issue from the early release, the fact that we have limited programming that's available, that makes those half days even tougher, or if it's a relook at the calendar. I think at the beginning of our board year this year, we talk about goals. I think anything related to like really trying to redesign this calendar, we'd want to put it at a goal for like the beginning of the year, because we would certainly need like another committee to review. But I mean, I know I had concerns moving into this district because there wasn't options. Any other questions? All right, and I think we'll be happy to put this out to get it posted, because it is the latest schools started for, it's after Labor Day is the start date.
Yeah, it's been a long time since school has started after Labor Day in this district, just because Labor Day is so early this year. So it was a regional decision, actually, and everybody went along with it. So
great, and it'll be important for everyone's summer plans to have this move forward. And yeah, I would encourage the board to consider if we want to take this up as another goal or strategic goal for next year, to look at this again. So, any other questions, comments? All right, all in favor? Thank you. All right, moving to the second read of policy deletion. Can I get a motion?
I would like to move to remove policy IHBAG, programming in the least restrictive environment as presented.
Thank you, Anne. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Annika. And would you just like to remind everyone why we're deleting this?
We are proposing to delete this policy mostly because it is outdated, but then redundant due to current programming.
Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Okay. Everyone? And do you want to take this next motion?
Yeah, I would like to move to remove policy IHBAGAR, procedures on least restrictive programming as presented.
Second again.
Thank you, Annika. Any questions, comments? All in favor? All right. So next motion is to approve professional positions. Tom, any chance you want to read?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I move to approve the appointment of professional positions as outlined by the superintendent.
I'll second.
Anne, thank you. Jeff, do you want to?
Was the second?
Anne. Yep.
I first want to thank Tom McGinnis for serving on 2 different parts of the interview committee, and I'd like to thank Annika Hole for serving on one of them. So appreciate the support that we have from board members on especially for administrative positions that we're bringing forward. So I'm very pleased to nominate Mari Trebelcock, who is currently the principal of Greeley Middle School 6-8, for the position of Director of Academic Services effective July 1st of this year. And that is because Susie Robbins, in about a week, is retiring from this position that she has held for 5 years and many, many, many more years before that in the district. We had 12 stakeholders who were on the initial interview committee for this position after a month-long posting on various job vacancy sites. We had 7 candidates interviewed by the committee out of 18 total applications received, and 18 applications for a district level leadership position is actually high. That's not low, that's high for Maine, just to let you know. 3 finalists were identified by the initial selection committee or interview committee for further consideration after those interviews were conducted. And then we had a smaller group of an interview committee that did a more in-depth interview, including 2 board members. Tom and Annika served on that group, as well as some administrators. So we had, on the initial interview committee, we had 6 teachers who participated in that process. We had a student who also was part of that process, and then we had administrators, and Tom, as a board member, was on that one as well. So Mari has been principal of Greeley Middle School 6-8 for the past 11 years. She was the assistant principal at Greeley High School for 3 years before that, and was a science and math teacher at Greeley Middle School for several years. And then she worked for a few years also at the Whittier Middle School in Poland, Maine. So I'm very pleased to be able to recommend Mari tonight. We had a lot of outstanding applicants for anyone who served on either one of the interview panels. I want to just say the 7 candidates that we selected out of the 18 applications were all very qualified people, all had different styles and backgrounds, but all brought leadership to the table, which was one of the minimum qualifications, already had prior leadership in curriculum or school level or district level leadership. So we are very fortunate to have so many very qualified applicants for the job. And at the end of the day, Mari, right here in our district, she was by 2 different groups, rose up, head and shoulders above everyone else. So I'm very pleased to be able to nominate Mari tonight for this position, and hope that you agree.
Great. Any questions? All right. All in favor? It's unanimous.
Great.
Really excited.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Should I probably mention, I know that people will probably ask, now that you voted, yes, there will be an open middle school principal's position, first time in 11 years. So there will be a full process as well. We will go through a similar process that I just outlined. Will involve all stakeholders. I'd like to have a student on the search from the middle school, 6-8. We'll have teachers, staff, and parent, board member, everybody.
Great.
All in.
All
So
in.
it'll be another process.
Thank you. And you said that it was going to be posted this week?
Yes, it will be posted either tomorrow or Wednesday.
I have one question. I may have missed this. Is this effective when?
July 1st.
Okay.
Yes. So Mari will continue as principal at Greeley Middle School until July 1st.
And in the interim, who is stepping up to work on Susie's?
Me.
okey-dokey.
Well, the leadership team. We have asked people for things that absolutely have to get done. We've asked certain people, and we're continuing to ask people as we work through it. But basically, the leadership team will work through those things. There are certain people that have already taken on a few extra duties. And so, but I also want to say this is my last opportunity to thank Susie Robbins for her many years of service in this district. She was the principal at Mabel I. Wilson School twice. She was principal earlier, and then she later became principal again. She was assistant principal of that school, and then she's been director of academic services. So I think she's been in the district, I want to say 25, at least 25 years. Really want to thank Susie for everything she's done. We'll miss her very much. So I think we're all kind of like, oh, it's only a week. Oh, it's too bad.
Tough act to follow.
Tough act to follow.
Great. Okay, so now for our last item for action, and perhaps our most important, we are going to discuss the vote for the new school. So this evening we'll be voting on whether to move forward with the newly scoped on-campus location and concept design in Cumberland, or the 80 Gray Road location in North Yarmouth. The vote will be to approve the site and the scope of the project and to authorize the superintendent and then prepare the referendum documents. Again, we'll be voting on the site and the scope of the project. And here's how I'm proposing we approach it. I will make the motion, and after the second, we'll open it up for board discussions. Superintendent has prepared a presentation for us. There has been some things that have changed over the last week about the on-campus proposal, and we just want to make sure that's all shared and discussed publicly. But he's also going to be he's prepared a comparison of the two location options. Then we'll open up to discussions of the board, and I will keep discussion open for as long as everyone needs. And again, the motion I put forward will be for the on-campus school plan, but that is only so we can open discussion. So with that, I move that the on-campus school plan with a project budget of $53,492,000 be approved, and that the superintendent be authorized to consult with legal counsel to prepare referendum documents for voters to consider construction financing of that project. Can I get a second?
Second.
Yeah. Tom, thanks, Tom.
Okay, so Leanne asked me to present some materials and some options and just all the information in a summarized fashion up to this point for the board and for the public. So this is my final recommendation to the board of directors tonight. Again, I'm not going to go through some of this information. I know you've had it, but this is a comparison of there are two active plans on the table right now as of this moment. The 80 Gray Road plan, which failed at the polls in 2022, is still active, and the board has kept that plan on the table this entire time. And then the on-campus plan, as you know, the board agreed to look at an alternative plan and come back with a concept design, which the architect has done, and the board agreed to hire an architect to look at this alternative plan. So the current status is that as of this moment, the board has two plans on the table, 80 Gray Road and the on-campus plan. Both are active until the board takes further action. So the bond on the 80 Gray Road is the latest bond after the 2022 vote. The project was sized back from an inflated 83%. I say inflated not as an action, but because of inflation, the cost for that project at the time, over the year after that, went up to 83 million. And the architect and the board sized back the project to 74.6, which is where it stands today. That's the 80 Gray Road proposal today, 74.6 million. The on-campus proposal is between 49.9 million and 53.49 million, and I'll explain that in a little bit. The board knows that, but for the public, we'll go through why is there a little bit of a range there. And that's approximately 65 to 67% of the cost of the Gray Road project, just to give you some sort of a baseline there. We looked at the additional operating expenses of both projects. I want to thank Mr. Poulin for providing a lot of this information so that we could have this information available for you tonight. 1.97, again, these are estimates, and 3 years from now, these estimates, obviously, I would expect them to be going up. But to give you a baseline, 1.97 million is the additional operating expenses in the first year that each of these schools would open. 80 Gray Road is 1.97, and on the on-campus, it's 1.11 million. So again, those are estimates, and again, I'll show you that in just a moment, what that means. The land addition is 76 acres at 80 Gray. There is a $1.2 million pending payment that has to be approved by voters if this project was to go forward. And there's 2.9 acres at the on-campus site with 480,000 built into the project budget. Again, for both of those are built into the project budget. Pending payment, there's on a 0.5 acre. So that's 480,000 for an additional 0.5 acre that was not purchased previously by voters. There was a 2.4 acre parcel of land that was already approved by voters in June of 2023. The school size at 80 Gray is 110,000 square feet. On campus, it's between 73,400 and 74,500, and that's because there's an option there, and I'll explain that in a minute why there's a range. So the additional on-campus improvements with the 80 Gray Road, it's the school. So it's the school and the site around the school. For the on-campus, there are other items that come with that price tag. The maintenance building is demolished. We're trying to look for ways to maintain the some historic pieces from that building and factor them into the project in some sort of memorial. But the building is not suitable for use going forward. If trying to move that building would be very difficult to do. So building a new maintenance building is included in the budget. Addition of 4 classrooms at Mabel I. Wilson School. This is new. So I had mentioned a few weeks ago that we were still completing space studies with the architect on our existing buildings to make sure, absolutely make sure that we had enough space for a long period of time going forward. All the projections that we've got going forward and making sure that we're not shorting space on our campus and have to go back to voters in a few years and say, oops, we kind of blew it, we need more space. So we asked the architect not only to design this new building, but also to look at all 3 of our existing school buildings and ensure for the new grade spans that we were putting into these buildings, that we had the space that are projected out for at least the next decade. And at Mabel I. Wilson School, I had mentioned that there was a question mark. We have since concluded and come to a conclusion with the architect and with a group of people looking at that school that for a grades 2 to 4 school, we're really tight. We could probably do it, but we're really, really tight for the largest projection out, which is 660 students for that grade span, going all the way out at least a decade. So in the interest of being prudent and we think fiscally responsible and making sure that we're not asking the voters 5 or 6 years from now, by the way, I think we might need a little more space. We're asking the voters now, as part of this proposal anyway, for the board to act on an addition of 4 classrooms. There is a site at the Mabel I. Wilson School right off of where the old kindergarten wing is. We have some kindergarten in there now, but now it's a mixed use. That is already ready for an addition and has been spec'd by the architect for doing so. That would cost about $2 million to put that addition on. So since this first proposal came forward, that's why you're seeing an increased cost to the original 49.9 million, and I'll get into that in a minute. This budget also includes improvements at Mabel I. Wilson School. I'll talk about that in a minute. Road configuration, traffic and parking upgrades, and getting the maintenance equipment out of the field house, returning the field house to athletics. There will be no temporary space for either one of these projects forecasted at all, based on all the enrollment projections that we have done 4 or 5 times now in the last few years. The grade span shifts, again, some of this is old information. At 80 Gray, it would be a pre-K to 2 school, 3 to 5 at the Wilson School, 6 to 8 at the current middle school, and then high school would stay 9 to 12. In this on-campus plan, pre-K to 1, 2 to 4 at Wilson, 5-8 at the middle school, and 9-12. And by the way, the 5-8, again, was looked at for facility usage, and there were no issues where the projections going out in the space that is in that building. No additions are needed. High school, same way, same thing. I'm skipping some of these, but the infrastructure, obviously, at 80 Gray Road would involve a fairly expensive access road because there's a hill, there's trees, there's woods that need to be completely cleared in order for that road to go in from the main road. So we have to clear the site. There are trees currently in the site. Connecting to public water would be a mile away. Building a sewer system would have to be done on site, completely from scratch, and off-site turn lanes on 80 Gray. We also need off-site turn lanes for the on-campus. That would be on Main Street and Tuttle Road. We've been in conversations with the town of Cumberland and the Department of Transportation. The architects has been working closely with the town and the Department of Transportation on this project for on-campus. Public water and sewer are on-site. That's reducing our costs. Road access already exists. We have an emergency right-of-way as well. And what we do need to just consider with everything that we do is making sure that we're working with our neighbors. We've already started conversations with one of our more important neighbors who butts most of the land with this school in the buffering. They're all important neighbors, but this particular neighbor has a lot of land, and we've already started talking to him about the buffering. In terms of long-term sustainability, with the 4 rooms at Mabel I. Wilson School added on, there are no areas, again, this is after projections, space studies have been done, that we would need temporary classrooms on either one of these plans as presented. Safety. Safety has been an ongoing issue about both sites. Obviously, we live in an age where safety and proximity to first responders is super important. We would have to develop an MOU with the Cumberland Police Department for the North Yarmouth site. That has happened in the past when we operated a school in North Yarmouth, and Cumberland PD is open to that. A dedicated SRO would have to be assigned to that building for the size and also just the location of the school. We'd want to do that. For the on-campus model, we can share an SRO. It's a smaller school, and we have 2 SROs on our campus already. And we have very close proximity to our first responders. In fact, you can throw a rock to the fire station, which is right across the street, and the police station is only about half a mile down the street, I think, 3/4 of a mile down the street, so very close. The one campus model, I think, also there's a philosophical and emotional element that comes with it. The one campus model has been in place for 10 years in our district. So the 80 Gray Road obviously is moving to a 2 campus model. Most school districts in Maine, and I would say in this country, have multiple campuses in their district. However, we have had one campus for 10 years, and a lot of people like it. And I think a lot of people were not convinced they wanted us to give it up. So the on-campus model, as an alternative, retains the one-campus model. And, but the downside is there's no school facility that's, located in North Yarmouth, which has also been a conversation. Transportation, much more efficient in terms of needing more buses for this purpose and more bus drivers. Now, as enrollment goes up, we have to purchase more buses and have more bus drivers. But for the purpose of location, there is no added cost to the on-campus model. We also have heard that parents like the fact that it's one campus, because when they have multiple children, they don't have to worry about getting from one school to the next if they're transporting their own children. Shared services, there's a lot more opportunities. That's why you saw that the costs for operations or operating expenses is much lower for the on-campus model. And then the construction impact, there's none at 80 Gray Road. I'm talking during the period of construction. It's about 2.5 years for 80 Gray, I believe, and it's 18 months for the on-campus design for construction. However, it's located in a corner of the campus, and the architect has told us that because of the right-of-way, that will help significantly, especially during the site work at the beginning with the heavier traffic. They can do that through the back side from Tuttle Road and minimize disturbance on the campus. I'm not going to go through this, but again, this shows you the 1.97 million in added operating costs to the budget for 80 Gray Road. This is an old slide from a year ago. For the on-campus project, again, 1.11 million. You can see the breakdown. I'm not going to go through this breakdown right now, but you will see that there is a difference in operating cost of about $859,000 or 44% lower. Now, since I did this slide, we looked at our forecasted modular payments for the next 3 years, as well as current modular payments. And we actually could be decreasing the annual lease payments for the modulars by as much as almost $600,000 by the time a school is built. That's the same with the 80 Gray project. And I just want to point out that neither figure included that. So the reduction is actually more as we forecasted out a little bit more, just to give you an idea. So it's actually going to be, the operating costs are going to be less, the net operating costs. So the commitment to a one campus model, obviously there's a lot of things that I just talked about that are positives about continuing with a one campus model. The big thing that continues to come up is, do you have enough space? Can you make a one campus model work for the forecasted enrollment? The answer that we have found is yes. And that is, I think it was very important that the voters approved the 2.4 acres, even though we did not think a school could be built on that size of a space. And the 0.5 acres that's included in this plan as additional land, which would bring it just up to about 3 acres of land, is critical as part of this plan in order to build a school of this size and have room to grow if necessary down the road. This is the newest design for the pre-K 1 school. This is an abstract design. And the two areas I just want to point out that have red arrows is in this budget with the recommended vote that you just made, there's been an expansion to both the cafeteria and to the gymnasium. The gymnasium would bring the size of the gymnasium up to the size of the Mabel I. Wilson School. I'll give you that square footage in a moment. In the cafeteria, I believe it's about 1/3 larger than, actually, I'm sorry, it's 50% larger than the cafeteria size that we had originally looked at and was originally designed by the architect. So twice the size cafeteria and significantly larger gym space from the original plan. That also moved up the cost of the project a little bit. So the capacity of this school is In 50 students, there are 105 students more that could be placed in this school with a small expansion that the architect has already outlined, where the site would already be ready to go, and it would be relatively inexpensive if down the road that needed to happen. This school is forecasted to have between 450 to 475 students for many years. So even the 550 is a carrying capacity that we think will be breathable for this school, which is good news. At Mabel I. Wilson School, the change for grades 2 to 4 is the addition of 4 new classrooms, new construction. That is a change, again, with the space study of about $2 million that would add that to the price tag. In addition, there's $2.75 million for additional repairs and upgrades between Mabel I. Wilson, GMS, and GHS for things that have got to be done in order to sustain a one-campus model. Most of that would be spent at Mabel I. Wilson School. And part of it is that the SRRF project, which is mostly state money, will not be able to, because of inflated costs, replace all of the windows and doors. So we'd want to continue with that, and that's in this budget. Roof repairs need to be part of the budget at Mabel I. Wilson School. That's an area that I was very concerned when we didn't have money in the 80 Gray Road project for anything on campus. So $0 earmarked to the campus, because there's things that we need in order to maintain what we've got. And these are important repairs that need to be part of this project. So these things are in this budget for the on-campus model. Reclaiming area where the modular units are currently located, we have 29 classrooms outside the main buildings at Wilson School and the middle school. We're going to be needing to put more in next summer, or this coming summer, I should say. No, sorry, a summer out. I keep getting my summers mixed up. Not this summer, the summer out. We're getting through this summer. We'll be able to be okay for a year, but we're going to need to put more in the summer. And depending on the outcome of this project, we'll see how much we need to do in order to get through the time period that we've got. Upgrading bathrooms for 2 to 4, we'll do some of that work. Retrofitting specialized rooms. We don't have a STEM room, for example, at the Wilson School. That is a specialized room that needs to be outfitted for a school of older elementary students. And then some money to go to GMS and GHS as needed to maintain the one campus model. So again, there's $4,750,000 included in the project budget for just mostly Wilson, and then anything else to maintain our one campus model in the other facilities. The facilities building, as I mentioned, has to be removed and then rebuilt. So it'll be a new building. This is the architect's first schema for what it would look like. That's the front side, and then there's a back side, I believe, facing the field. This will get all of the equipment out of the field house, move it to one location. It'll be much more efficient, much safer, and allows the field house to return to athletics. Hutchins Field, you've heard from a lot of people tonight and in the previous meetings about the limited usage of that grass field. So the turf field is included in the recommendation that you have before you tonight. I'm not going to go through these itemized costs, but they're in the board packet. This is the total itemized cost if you accept the full scope of the project at $53,492,000. It includes everything I just discussed. So I'd like to go through the options briefly for the board because you have options, obviously, on which plan you think makes sense moving forward tonight. I think the first thing to say is if you vote on an on-campus option, you are effectively ending our relationship with the 80 Gray Road project at that point. So if you vote for an on-campus by default, the 80 Gray Road project is now off the table tonight. So I want to just say that up front. That's what the recommendation would be if the board goes along with it. So option A would be the full scope of the project. New building includes the expanded cafeteria, includes expanded gym at the new school to 4,100 square feet. It includes the synthetic turf field, off-site improvements on Main Street and Tuttle Road, traffic circulation, road parking, new maintenance building, improvements at the Mabel Wilson School, as I just mentioned, the addition of 4 classrooms at Mabel I. Wilson School, and the additional purchase of a 0.5 acre for the new school. So that's $53,492,000. And that's the motion that you just, that Leanne made and was seconded. That's your default motion. So that's option A. Excuse me, it's a little bit hot and dry in here.
You're already sounding a little raspy.
It's like sauna. Option B, less the turf field and the expanded gym. So option B would take out the synthetic turf field. It's a $2.5 million expense. However, there's soft costs that were embedded, I'll show you right here, in the administrative costs and reserves and fees and services. So those costs are embedded in there. They're not actually taken out, but we have to include those as part of the cost overall. So the turf field project with all the fees and the site pieces is $3,047,000. So if you choose option B, you're taking out the $3 million for the turf field, and you're also taking out $485,000 for an expanded gym, and just go with the multi-purpose, original design of the multi-purpose room at the new school. So the cost would then be $49,960,000, and the actual motion would be moving that the on-campus school project of $49,960,000 be approved as amended, less a turf field and expanded gym. So that would be the motion for option B. Option C, keeping the turf field in, but removing the expanded gym space at the new school. Again, that's $485,000. That would come off of that default motion for $53,007,000. And again, the motion, if the board chooses to go with option C, would be a budget of $53,007,000 as amended, less an expanded gym. Option D. Sorry, B is just to clarify, B is the turf field out and the gym out. C is the gym out, the expanded gym out. There is a gym, it's expanded gym. And D is taking the turf field out. The turf field again is $3 million, so we'll bring it down to $50,445,000. The motion for this option would be the on-campus plan with a project budget of $50,445,000 as amended, less a turf field. And there's an option E, and that was an option that we added today, as I was asked to clarify if there was a separate question for the turf field, and you can extrapolate this to having a third question or a second question for an expanded gym as well. Just kind of take the same language. So you would keep you would retain your motion of question 1, remove the turf field. So it would be $50,445,000 as amended, less a turf field. And if you wanted to add a question 2 and put the turf field as a separate question on the ballot. Again, this is not ballot language, this is board approval language. So the ballot language would be developed later. But if you approve this tonight, then you are approving 2 questions on the ballot for option E. Moving that a synthetic turf field contingent upon voter passage of question 1 with a project budget of $3,047,000 be approved. And again, you can splice that wording. I mean, it's up to the board to make motions to this, but that's a sample of what it would look like if you were separating out the turf field from the main project. So you'd have a question 1 with the main project with everything but the turf field included, And then you would have a question 2 that you want on the ballot if you're approving this, which would have the amount of the turf field with all the associated costs. So that's another way of doing it. So 5 options available to the board, and I'm sure there's more than 5 if you have motions and all that, but to give you a lay of the land, that's what it is.
Thank you, Jeff, and I think that's sort of how we started these conversations back in October, is wanting options. So I want to thank Jeff, Scott, the Oak Point team who helped with the 80 Gray Road and a number of years before that to get to that point in that proposal, Stephen Blatt and his team, and all of our teachers, staff, and administrators, and also the teachers and administrators who have now weighed in on this plan and at least probably 3 other plans where they've really dug in and looked at the different spaces and to ensure that they were going to meet the needs of the current and future students. And I know I got to sit in on some at MIW last week, and I just so appreciate their input and feedback as we try to move forward. I want to thank the towns of Cumberland, North Yarmouth, their staff and elected leadership as we've pivoted this year to relook at an opportunity on campus, and also to our community members and students, many who have spoken here tonight or written about these projects. Also, a thank you to previous boards and committees who have dedicated a lot of time to working to find a solution. And I especially want to thank my fellow board members who I know have an important conversations tonight and some decisions to make, and you are just such extraordinary representatives to our community. It's been clear for years that MSAD 51 has needed a new facility. One of my kids was in a portable 5 years ago at MIW in 2019. And as I've worked over the past almost 2 years now with this board and other stakeholders, I have thought about balancing a lot of priorities. But 3 really have guided me to get here tonight: providing appropriate space to serve our students, costs to our communities in the short and long term, and a long-term sustainability of our facilities and the district. I believe the on-campus plan best accomplishes our goal and balances these priorities. Overall project costs are about 1/3 less than the 80 Gray Road location, and as Jeff pointed out, that had no money for anything to happen on campus. And this includes much needed improvements to our campus that will allow for sustainability for the long term. And I, as many other board members, have spent a lot of time with these plans. I voted for the 80 Gray Road plan, and when that referendum failed, I also personally spent hours looking through maps and reaching out to landowners, and a lot of us have worked to try and lower the cost of the school of 80 Gray Road in order to go back to the voters, but we kept coming back to wanting more options and choices. So now we have another plan in front of us. It's good. I simply don't think it would be appropriate to go back to voters with a plan so similar to the one that they voted against and did nothing to address issues on the campus. Is this plan perfect? No, but I believe that this is a proposal that our communities can approve but can be proud of. So with the school itself, I think it provides a wonderful age-appropriate space for our youngest learners. And given that it's adjacent to the existing buildings, it provides opportunities to utilize those facilities like the GCA, existing field spaces, but also facilitates programmings with the high school like Bigs and Littles. And as far as the scope of the campus project, this part has kept me up. For folks that don't know, my family lived adjacent to a turf field for 6 years. We were so close, they had nets up to protect our windows from lacrosse balls. So I know the advantages of turf, especially here in Maine. I've watched snow blowers clear 4 feet of snow in one day and lacrosse players on it the next. The field never got muddy, was never mowed, never covered in pesticides or fertilizers, and it was used constantly, often by multiple teams. So I'm confident in their safety. I let my kids play on the field daily as they were growing up. While I don't think it's recommended, they also learned how to ride their bikes on a turf field. It was safer to fall on, and especially when it wasn't covered in snow and ice. I believe strongly that turf field is necessary for the long-term sustainability of our facilities and campus. And I need to balance the key priority of this referendum, instructional space, and the cost to our taxpayers. as we work to make this the most efficient project possible, I just keep asking myself, like, I've been struggling with that piece, but I just see how our campus is being used and the opportunities that it provides to use, to have even more field space that can be used for a long time. So that's just my comments for now. I know everyone probably has comments they want to share and add, but I just wanted to mostly start with a thanks to everyone and as we go into this conversation. So I don't know who would like to comment next.
Can I start with a quick question
Sure.
to Jeff? The soft costs for the turf field?
Yes, those are the fees and administrative, the site pieces that they had to wrap into the total cost. So you won't see those broken out, they're just embedded, and that's what they're pulling out now and telling you, if you do this, this is what the actual cost is.
Got it.
But it was embedded in the project with everything else. So it shows as a $2.5 million expenditure on the line itself, but the fees are in different places.
So it's not soft in terms of that could wiggle and change. That's
No.
different
they-
interpretation. I was
Yes,
hopeful. Okay.
Yes, not soft on that part. They are very confident on those. The money in here, and we've gone through this many times with Blatt, in a very short period of time, they've priced this stuff out, but they feel very confident with the numbers that you have tonight.
So let's stay on the turf field for a little while. What, in the 2.5 million, is that just the field itself, or does that include the new lighting? Can we break it down a little more?
So we have Mr. Blatt here tonight, which is I think it would be good to hear some direct questions and answers on some of these things. Do you mind, Steve? But you'll have to use the microphone. Just want to make sure we have all the accurate information.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you all. Nice to be here again. The turf field is envisioned to be not the base quality, not the best quality, but something in the middle. For instance, Freeport did a new turf field a few years ago, and our consultants designed it, Pat Carroll and Andrew Johnston. Nike contributed, because of Joni Benoit, a huge amount of money's worth of a material that's made out of ground-up sneakers, Nike sneakers. We don't think we need to go that far and still get good quality, much better than the kind that was originally used in most places and has created some concerns. We do have lights, replacement lights for what is there now, and those would be most modern LED fixtures, which are far less expensive to operate, to run, and replace. We are not doing anything to the bleachers, but we are considering it to be a package that's complete, and I expect it will be quite an amenity. I don't live here, so I don't vote anymore, but I don't live here anymore, so I can't vote. But I think there won't be any shortcuts on the field.
Do you have an idea of what the lighting costs?
I don't.
Compared to, okay.
I don't.
So just when we say 2.5 million, I just want to be clear that that includes more than the turf field itself, technically.
Perhaps I can clarify what was asked. The 2.5 million is the construction cost. That's the bid that we want, 2.5 million. In addition to that, we have contingencies, and we have fees, and we have permitting, and all of those things that need to be done by the consultants. The 2.5 is what we expect we will get as a bid.
Okay.
Soup to nuts.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Steve, while you're up there, I have two very quick questions that are related to this. So the first question is, will any of the construction on the new building impact the field itself? So will there be any, will we damage the field during any of the new build? Or is the field completely isolated and this is just kind of a add-on because we're doing other construction on the campus?
The only thing that might impact it slightly would be the new maintenance building, because that's approximate to it. But we've stayed back quite a bit from it, and the maintenance building is a very, very simple building. It's one story, it rolls with the topography. That's the only thing that I would expect might impact it. We hope to schedule things such that the maintenance building can be built very early in the project so that we can start work on the school building, the new school, while the existing maintenance can still sit there. We'll come in from Duddle Road and do our site work. So we are hoping to bid the maintenance building and the school together, but let the maintenance building start construction immediately, whereas we have a lot of site work to do for the school.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
And the second question, I'm not sure if you can answer it, but someone in this room might be able to answer it, is I've heard that the lights that we currently have are not adequate for certain small ball sports like lacrosse. And so we're limited for at night play. So will the new lights meet those needs? Do we know? Anybody?
That the objective is to accommodate all
sports.
night sports.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Annika?
Thank you. So related to what you were speaking to, Steve, with the kind of middle range quality of the field that we would have the budget for, would you say that that would be a PFAS-free alternative infill? I guess I'm wondering, is that something that if we include the turf field with this budget, could we stipulate in the line item that it would be PFAS-free alternative infill?
Yes,
with that budget?
we will do what we call the specifications. It's a project manual, and it defines clearly what you can use and what you can't use.
Okay.
So we don't depend on the contractor to choose those things. We say, you will do this, 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 and this. In fact, we give the catalog number of the products you can use.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's
my own understanding has certainly been evolving, but it sounds like there are PFAS-free fields currently available.
Yes,
and
there are.
technology is being used, as well as the alternative infill products. Relatedly, I was wondering about hand washing. Sounds like from some of the research that we've read that certainly hand washing after being on a turf field is a good idea, and thinking about if we're using it for PE in particular with our younger students who might be more prone to put their hands in their mouths. Is there I don't know what the current facilities provide in terms of hand washing, or whether we need to consider, do we need a hand washing facility near the
We
turf
have
field?
not addressed that, but now I will.
We did add 3 bathrooms that have running water and everything in them. So for hand
Field
washing,
house.
definitely in the field house. I also think it's a good idea to have a hand washing station that's outside of that, and I think that's something that we could look at through capital money if that came to fruition.
We'll be bringing plumbing to the maintenance building, and so we could easily extend either on the building or extend towards the turf field a washing station.
There actually is already water and sewer that we brought down for the new snack shack, so that and the bathrooms. So water and sewer already exists there.
I will make note of that to Pat Carroll and
That's actually a really
Andrew.
good point. I like
Good
the
point.
idea of
Yeah.
that.
Can I jump back in? Because you asked one of the questions I wanted to ask about PFAS-free. Maine, it's my understanding that Maine's goal is to not bring in any new materials that contain PFAS, phasing them out by 2030, I think. So do you think that will make it easier to find that material, given that Maine is committed to being PFAS-free?
Well, we have to work by Maine's standards, and we don't want the product of our work to be outmoded in a few years.
Mm-hmm.
And that will be an objective of ours. We do our firm does a lot of work at the botanical gardens in Booth Bay. There's a serious problem there. And the remediation of the problem is vast. And
Do
we're
you
doing
know
that.
anything about the life of a PFAS-free turf field versus PFAS-laden turf field?
I don't.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if Mr. Shapiro, do you have any information on that, or, I know you've done a lot of research, but I don't want to put you on the spot.
The only thing that I've seen is 8 years as a warranty. I haven't done in-depth research, but what I saw in one place, which is not all the places, was 8 years. And, you know, I guess another question would be, do we try to go with a manufacturer that is doing recycling, which at least some of them are. I don't know that all of them are.
I think we do have some additional information on that.
Great.
Yeah, if you want to.
Right, correct.
So, yeah, thank you for asking. And again, I've just been thrilled that we've had the opportunity to have, you know, open dialogue about all these different aspects of the whole scope of the project, not just the turf piece. But specifically, you asked about the warranty. So years ago, it was about an 8-year warranty. Most of them are 12 years now. And when I was at Hamden Academy, we had a field that I inherited while I was there, and it was 20-plus years before it got replaced. Falmouth's is now, you know, more than 20 years old, and I think sometime in the next year or two, it hopes to be, you know, resurfaced. So the longevity, and there are other things you can do depending on whether it's PFAS or not. I mean, most don't have it in it, and obviously our specs would call for the, you know, none of that stuff in it. But there are other things you can do to extend the life of a turf. You can put a shock pad in. That's an additional pad cost. I don't know if that's in what the current specs might be, but that also extends the life of the turf. So I would say minimally 20 years you would have this out there.
That's right. And I'm sorry, David, I'm seeing like Cape installed in 2007 and replaced in 2020, I think.
Yeah.
Scarborough installed in 2006, replaced in 22. So
And the
that
products
does-
now are far and away better than what was installed 15, 20 years ago. So.
Yeah, and I'll just say the Scarborough one was partly replaced because there was damage. There had been a car that had destroyed part of it, so they had to accelerate the
So it could have
replacement.
lasted longer, yeah. Got it.
And I just wanted to add in addition to what you've contributed, thank you very much. I also want to add that I learned in research that originally they were recycled tires. So are they even doing that for base anymore? They've even moved away from that.
I just wanted to mention that a tremendous amount of the cost of a field is not just the surface, it's what's under the surface. Just like when we build you a building, we bury millions of dollars of stuff. So we have to tear up existing natural turf and excavate and put down many layers, part of a system. That doesn't need replacement unless there's if there were a phenomenal flood and the field got silted terribly. But that's why we create the field and then we grade it away so that you can't we're not near a river here. So that's unlikely to happen, but a tremendous amount of the money is other than the surface, and it's the surface you frequently need to repair.
Yeah, I read or got some information that about 5/8 of the cost is the formation of the field, and the 3/8 is the surface itself. And so when you're looking at replacing, you're looking at less than half,
right?
Correct, of what.
And there's, for instance, one of the reasons our field doesn't work is because of drainage. When it gets wet, it stays wet. The design and engineering of a turf field, there's an entire drainage system in the base, and it is so efficient at taking care of stormwater that we get points for the DEP permitting of that area, because a playing field is not considered undisturbed because it's very disturbed. You know, it's compacted and it's mowed and it's got all sorts of chemicals in it. The turf field is so sophisticated that it drains itself, and we take it away. The water goes away.
have we talked about, speaking of drainage, I mean, I played in high school and did not report the problems that a lot of these kids are reporting. And, you know, I've been told if you walk the field, it's a disaster. And so do we have any sense of what the cost would be just to fix the drainage and have what I would feel like is an average to very good grass field as well? Like, just so people understand the comparisons here.
I can't help you with that, but the engineers will, if you
Okay.
should ask. No matter how well-drained your field is, you still chew it up when you play on it. That's really the difference. You can see it when you watch a football game, an NFL game. There is still some natural grass fields, and they get killed by the halftime.
Yeah, I think regardless of the direction that we go with the turf field, I feel like there's been a lot of concerning things brought up about our existing fields that I would want to understand how they can be addressed. I mean, the fact that we can't play on Hutchins Field, kids can't even practice there. So to the point that it doesn't even feel like their home field is a challenge.
Yeah, that kind of leads me to sort of my next concern / advantage of a turf field is I don't think that we can just spend $0 on Hutchins Field. We something needs to be done, and I would wonder whether over time the turf field would actually end up being a cost savings. I don't know, and I know that that's something the engineers would have to get to, but I think we can agree that we can't just have a zero budget line for Hutchins Field. Something has to be done so that these kids don't keep getting hurt, and so that we can increase play time and decrease travel time for practices. So, I mean, could we at least get that far that we're saying we don't want to have a zero budget line for the field?
Well, we don't have a zero budget line. I mean, that's number one. We do try to take care of the field. The problem is a grass field is not going to sustain the amount of practice and the amount of gameplay that you need to do for a high school facility.
And I apologize, I meant a zero line in the new
That's
budget.
really
Yeah.
that's really the underlying piece of a turf field, okay? So.
Yeah, I think there's even more, there's also the kind of the emotional attachment to your high school when you're always having to be bussed off, or go somewhere else. And being able to walk, I'm bringing this back up, but 40 feet, 50 feet down to the field, and there you are, day after day, hour after hour, that thing can be used, that we don't have that capacity, we don't have any of that right now.
I could see some cost savings with it. I mean, we've spent money sodding it, we've spent money seeding it, we've done a number of things to try and keep that field up and going, but it just gets so much play on it. The other thing you would do is if you had a turf field, I've heard people talking about the replacement of the top over a period of time, whether that's 20 years or 15 years. What you would do is just create a capital reserve account strictly for the turf field, and each year you would contribute X number of dollars to that, so that when you got to the point of having to replace it, you had the funds available to replace it without having to go back out into a referendum or something to replace it, so.
So maybe in the interest of moving us a little bit forward, I'm just wondering if we can sort of get to a point where we say we want to have something in this school building project to address Hutchins Field, whether it's turf field or completely revamping it with drainage and sod replacement. But I'm just wondering if everybody's kind of in agreement on that.
I'm not.
Okay.
And while I've been convinced, I was a student athlete. I understand, from a research perspective, understand the importance of athletics on academics. So over this period of time, like, the amount of interest and energy around this has shocked me to the point of, like, what are we doing? Oh yeah, we're building a new school, not a turf field. And so I hear the energy. I hated playing on turf in high school 20 years ago, whenever that was. And my understanding is that it's changed quite a bit since then. But I can't get over the fact that it's not dependent on the new space. that they're somewhat separate. Like, we need a new pool, or we need improvements to the pool, but that's not in this. But it's as relevant to me as maybe the field is, because construction's not impacting it. We're not doing anything to that. And so going out to the voters, we could add in 1,000 things that we feel like we need at this point, that would be nice on the on-campus improvement, that aren't related to the new school. And I think that the focus right now needs to be on the school itself and the things that need to make it as successful as possible. And so the Mabel I. Wilson improvements make sense to me. The traffic improvements make sense to me. But the turf field just feels like a very separate and important need. And so, like, as I'm looking at this, I think E makes the most sense, because it can go out to the voters. I think they can decide whether or not they feel comfortable with that additional expense. It's obviously something that's really important to them. It's something that's a positive for parents and family or community members that do not have kids in the lower grades. But I just can't justify adding it when we're in this much of a financial hardship, that we're getting as much feedback from the community as we've gotten, that we add it, and it's just, right now we have so many more questions. The price has gone from 2.5 to 3. We don't know the material yet. We don't know all the safety things. So it's a lot right now for us to consider and throw in, I think, tonight. I think it just needs to be a separate issue, and we can relate it in the referendum, as E says, but I'm just not ready to throw it in with the overall budget.
Can I ask a practical question, kind of to Leanne and Tim? So if you're saying you're for E, does that mean you'd be for question 1 and 2, or just question 1 and 2 could come, 2 being the one that would throw it out to its own? How would that work? Leanne, I mean, when someone says they're for E, does it mean they're just for question 1, or is it question 1 and then question 2?
I think it would be the two, one having a dependency on the school.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like, I might vote for the one that has both the turf field in it, and as a voter, both the turf field and the school in it. But I think we should give the option to the voters that if they want to do one, which is just they just want to answer. I can't see above there right now. I think it's just question 1 and not have the turf field. But they want a school, then great. I think that makes sense. So I think just giving them the options, if they want to spend the extra $3 million on this new school, makes the most sense to me. As from this seat, again, I might vote to have it all together, personally, but.
Tommy?
I would definitely be remiss if I did not speak the student voice in terms of wanting to keep it all together and go with option A, the superintendent's recommendation. I feel like there are a few different reasons why this is maybe a more smarter move, in my opinion, as well as in the opinion of the students around me. One, I believe that this project is not just a new school. It's not just looking at fixing the immediate enrollment concerns of building just a new school. It's campus-wide construction and improving the campus as a whole. And I think that the turf field and having a really solid play space on campus where conditions really do not affect the usability of the surface, I think that that is a huge asset to the campus and part of that whole kind of campus package that is building a really successful and providing a lot of abilities for students and community members going forward. I think there was also a lot of student interest and community interest in moving this package together and having the turf field be a part of it. And if you look at the numbers that came here and spoke tonight, there were significantly more that spoke in favor of the turf field as opposed to not in favor. And I also think when looking at students' wants and how they feel about this, there has been a lot of, if not now, then when. This has been brought up so many times and has been shut down so many times. And I think that if we don't do it now, it just further kicks the can down the road, and which could exacerbate disadvantages of our teams and can also, as people talked about, lead to more injuries. But I think that really there's a lot of passion behind this. I think that that would carry forward to a lot of passion behind the school project. And I also think that splitting it up is confusing and not as straightforward. And I think that the push behind this from the students as well as the community really displays how option A, in my opinion and in many students, is the better option.
I'll echo what Tommy said. Like, you nailed it. So there's very little I feel like I can add. But I feel really strongly about moving forward with the turf field and including it as a single package. What we're presenting is a comprehensive facilities plan for our district. And all of this is part of it. We're not pulling out the parking or the maintenance shed. If we present it separately, it's signaling to our community that we consider this turf field to be a luxury. This is not a luxury. I think it's pretty clear to us what we currently have is wholly insufficient. We have a learning space on our campus, and it is a learning space. Many of our students will graduate from Greeley, where they will have their most meaningful learning experiences on our fields, our courts. It is an essential part of educating our students. We have a learning space that we can use only 10% of the time. When we use it, it's not safe, and it puts our students at a competitive disadvantage. And we're shipping our students out of our district in order to practice. And I think that's completely unacceptable. This is not a luxury. It is something that we need to invest in for our community. And putting this all together, I think, makes the most sense for us.
I just want to echo, Tommy said a lot, but I feel like one of the things that I worry most about is, I think this isn't like a totally rational view, but I know that so many students see the addition of the GCA and they feel like the theater, it's been used great and stuff, but I think the turf field has been a want for so long since my brother was like, I remember him losing one of his like major senior games, and he was so disappointed, and he felt like so much of it was due to it being played on a turf field, and he had barely played on a turf field. And I worry how the student athletes are going to feel if we vote to build a whole new school, and there's something that students who won't even get a chance to play on the new field are so passionate about. I feel like it's really important, and it makes sense to have it all together. So, yeah.
I will admit that I have been on the fence about turf, whether to have it all together. Certainly, Tim, I appreciate your point about, our need to make improvements to our swimming pool. That being said, our pool is still functional and we can still use it year round, and our fields we can barely use. And I think learning more about turf, the different types of materials that can be used, so there aren't as many concerns as there were in the past. I like that multiple teams would be able to use the turf field at one time for practices, and it even makes me wonder then, well, how will that allow our community to take advantage of Twin Brooks and Sharps Field in different ways that they aren't able to now because there are teams practicing there? And I know that our community, I'm sure, loves seeing our teams practice there, but it does just give a different feel to the natural environment. And I think that's a unintended benefit that we can't put a dollar amount on. So, I don't know. I think there's a million ways that this could go, but I do think it makes the most sense for our school community, but then also our larger community to have them both together.
Scott, do you have any sense of potential revenue for renting out the turf field to the community? The Cumberland Soccer Club, anything like that?
I'm sure there could be some kind of contribution along the way. I don't know exactly what the revenue might look like. We do generate revenue from the GCA and use of other facilities in the districts, the gyms, other things, so I would imagine this could be the same.
That's another thing I
Yeah.
came across speaking to people from different, from a ref, from coaches, from another athletic director. They all said the same thing, which is that
Yeah,
you
right now,
actually
we'd say
do have
no if somebody
revenue.
wanted to use the field.
Yeah.
But if it was a turf field, certainly it would open up all kinds of opportunities.
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
I was just going to say, so I personally, throughout this process, have become convinced of the need for the turf field. I think that we can do it as safely as possible at this moment in time. I am concerned about some of the comments that we've heard from the community about the financial impact, and so I share some of the concerns that Tim shared in terms of having recently been through a failed referendum for a school and really not wanting to set us up for failure again. And so I do have concerns if there are folks who will vote no for the project if a turf field is included. And we heard something along those lines tonight with concerns about the financial impact and the tax impact, and also exploring alternative ways of funding. In some of the research that I did, it seems like, and this is not just the Nike contribution example, but I think in even Kennebunk ranging from $250,000 in capital campaign funding to forgetting what the other school is now, but it wasn't Freeport. There was another one where they were able to raise, at Cape. They were also had a nonprofit that was able to raise $650,000. And, and I know the timing of this makes it hard, but I wish that there was a way to look at how we could have some funding to offset the cost so that we weren't just looking to fund it from the school budget. And if there are creative ways that we can think about that tonight as we move forward, certainly invite more conversation around that.
I agree with Tommy and, and Tim and Sophia and Tom. I am not insensitive to the cost, and I appreciate, Tim, you sort of clarifying that point that you brought up the other night again. Not just because we know there are people in the community that will find this difficult, but, being a taxpayer myself, it is a consideration. But like Monica and Ann have said, in deliberating the turf field, I have been just overwhelmed with how much support there is. And not just support in, I want a turf field, but support in, here's why we need to do this. And I would add to what Tom said, in that this is a project that needs to get done to sort of make the school whole, and to not just bring a new school in, because really at the heart of this, it is the problem of overcrowding, but in addressing the entire school campus together. And this does seem like, to me, option A seems like the most holistic way to move forward. My concerns about a turf field have been, I'm really happy to say, really well addressed in doing my own research, but in talking to some of our community members who I think will come back and speak to the public about safety on the field from an orthopedic standpoint and from a carcinogenic standpoint. I feel much, much better about those concerns now, having done the research and having had conversations with some of the docs in our community who deal with sports med, and one is the school doc for Falmouth. So this has been an enlightening few months in learning about turf. So I'll go next, even though most people have taken many of my key words. Thanks a lot. I want to start by saying that I was also very concerned, quite concerned at the beginning, about the safety and health of turf fields. My own son had a nasty infection that came upon very quickly from having gotten a very small cut on a turf field, but that was about 12 years ago. And so I have learned from many sources that it really has changed. It's not cut up tires anymore. So I feel myself that those concerns have been set to rest, at least for myself, as far as health. Secondly, I feel like as a school board and a member, our mandate is to take care of all the children and the whole child. And we've got pre-K to 12. So yes, exactly. I mean, we need this new school. We really need this new school for the elementary kids. And so I don't want to dismiss the added cost of, say, the turf field and the effect it may have on the vote, because we need this new school. However, we also have to be comprehensive. We've been told that we're not looking forward to the whole package, what we're dealing with students. This is comprehensive. To Tommy's well-spoken point, thank you for doing that. It really does address all the students and the whole student body. And thirdly, regarding the tax, I agree. I hear it's a concern. I get that. The additions, not additions, but the other things we need to do at Mabel I and the other parts, the 4 classrooms, whatever, they're not additions. We need to do them in order to make that school whole for the grades that will be there. So I want to be sure people hear that and understand we're not adding on all these extra things. No, it really is needed for the new school. And regarding the turf field, okay, yeah, it is something that's been talked about for a long time, but it really is, you can't send them to, lower grades and then say, yeah, when you get older, you're just going to have to run around in the mud and get hurt all the time. That doesn't make sense. So, lastly, I just want to point out that the tax burden, we've gone from a proposal of the 76 million school that did not have all these other things addressed, like the maintenance building. We've gone from that to 53 million. So I hear the tax concerns, but oh my God, we've gone from 76 million to 53. Please hear us that, yeah, it's going to affect your taxes, but nothing like it would have. So many people put in so much time and effort and passion into this. I hope the people that are concerned about their taxes can see how much lower that tax burden will be. So.
I was just going to ask a question, because so even if we, approve this to send it to the voters at this amount, I mean, if we were able to have like a major capital fundraising for the turf field, we're not locked into this number, right?
We have to print the ballots. We have to get the ballots printed. So if your vote is affirmative tonight, we begin the process of doing that. Now, you don't set the referendum until April 22nd. That's the actual official date you have to have, to finalize that. But in terms of the ballot, we do need to know what the number is. But it doesn't preclude you from if there was a fundraising effort around the turf field to reduce expenses on the other side, that money can be used for or return to taxpayers or however you want to do it.
And
that's what I was Those are the magic words.
Bond the full amount.
It was
Right,
bond
that's-
So if the
that's what I
voters
was trying to get
approved,
at.
let's just, the voters approved 53.492 million, and somehow Joni Benoit Samuelson, are you out there? Want to donate $500,000 to SAD 51, you don't have to bond that extra 500,000.
Okay.
Well, I think it wouldn't also just have to be a $500,000 donation. Right,
Could be
suggested.
a lot more than that, but I try to be conservative.
Well, yeah, of course, but I think even
Naming
just a
rights.
grassroots campaign
Right.
to, personally, I would vote for a turf field. I would also make a donation toward a turf field, and I think that it's worth making the ask in our community to those who would be willing to put a little more toward making it happen.
I know there was a fundraising effort years ago, or at least it was reviewed, and I think that it sounds like it could be revisited again. I know it's been a while since that, because it went off the wayside for a while, but I think that's certainly,
There's also the dynamic of $3 million cost over a 20-year period versus people trying to raise a lot of funds within a short amount of time to build. So it feels like a lot more money in the beginning as opposed to spreading it out over the life of a bond. Okay, and what that impact would be to, you know, taxpayers in the community versus trying to raise a lot of money up front.
I guess I just have the nagging feeling of I don't understand what, I would love for someone to explain it to me, what the disadvantage would be to do option E. And I understand it signals that we think that this is important, but it signals it by even us putting it on what it's not absolutely essential for this project. And I fear that if we do the full unit and something goes over budget or we have to cut something, the turf field is going to be probably one of the first things to go, big items. And I think if you have the voters decide, look, we agree with Tommy here, or we agree with the majority of the board that we should have the turf field, then let them decide and put it in and give it to them. But I think that given given just how the voters have gone the last couple of referendums and the fact that we've listened to them, and I think it's because we listened to them has given us a better option overall than we were a year ago. I think that I think we owe it to them to give them that choice. So I think E, just tell me why E is a worse choice than having it all in one package. All right, I win. I'll see you guys later. No.
I mean, I'll take a pass at it. I mean, I think we are presenting what we envision for our campus and where improvements need to make. I don't want to set some precedent where it's a cafeteria of picking and choosing which things we're going to support or not. So like if the pool comes on, or even if we want to like break up our budget, I mean, there are opportunities for that. Where you can come to the budget meeting and you can, propose changes. And we've had open meetings here. People are willing to show up, and ultimately we're going to vote on things and make decisions. And if you want to propose E and you have support for that, then you're welcome to move forward with that. Personally, I think we want to signal to our community that we have a vision for our campus, and this is what it looks like, and we hope that you support us in that.
And I think for me, and like I said, I have been back and forth on whether the turf field should be included in the full package or voted on separately. Obviously none of us knew that option E was an option before coming, and so even at first when I heard that, I was like, oh, well, maybe. But I think the problem for me with option E is that it discounts the need that the turf field will fulfill. It turns it into a want, and it takes away seeing what turf will give us in terms of increased field time, in terms of increased safety, in terms of all of the other space and time saving factors.
I guess I just don't understand how that relates necessarily to the new school. I think we're not talking about the gym expansion, which to me would be I would group that all together because long term the gym expansion I think is the right decision. But we haven't even brought that up tonight as a thing because we're so distracted somewhat by the turf field and all the energy's been to that. And moving forward with it, I think that they're just slightly important. They're both important, but they're not entirely related. And yeah.
Well, the maintenance garage, though. I
Yep.
mean,
Yep.
so.
Which is why I asked the question to Steve whether or not any of the construction would hit that. And if it does, and we rip up that field, then great. I'm all in on A on the first one.
Tim, I don't know if this helps, but my mindset, first of all, is to me, there needs to be a line item in this project for the field. If we take out the word turf and just say field, we have to address it because it is an unsafe area for our students. So I think it's non-negotiable to keep, again, a line item for the field in there because it is a hindrance. I mean, as our lacrosse coach said, she watched 2 season-ending injuries happen for opposing players, and just how heartbreaking that is, and to know that that happened on our field because of all the divots and ruts and bumpiness. It's a shame, and it's for all the reasons we've talked about tonight. The field needs to be improved. So I would say that makes sense as if we are looking at the campus as a whole, and this is an opportunity to, comprehensive is the word that we all seem to be agreeing on. We are improving the campus and bringing it up to standards so that every kid in our district is safe. And that kind of leads into the second thing that in some of my conversations, again, I talked with some referees, I talked with coaches, I've talked with parents, and even another athletic director. And the project as is, yes, the biggest thing is this new school, and there are a lot of families who will not benefit directly from that new school because their kids will outgrow it, but they will benefit from the turf field. And I think, kind of to restate what Ann was saying, it communicates that we are looking at the entire district and meeting the needs of the entire district. So that's how I'm landing on this. And it's not a hard, it's a soft land, but it is, that's my mind process through this.
And I walked in tonight undecided. I mean, when I said I've been kept up, I have been. I have been very challenged around, the choices and options. And I really continue to listen and want to listen with an open mind on how we move forward with this. And one of the biggest reasons we wanted to have this on-campus plan is to invest in the campus, and just the more conversations that we have around the benefits and highest use of the campus. The turf field provides such a large opportunity. Like, I was looking at the cost per hour of use, and given it's so limited right now with that field, and what opportunities it opens up to make this campus the place for our district. I mean, really the heart of our community. It provides so many more opportunities, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of taxpayers who aren't going to be running around the turf field. We should definitely invite everyone to the turf field if it goes forward. But
it's a community event.
It's right. Well, if we move forward, but I want the community to understand the reasons why it would be part of the package. But I've also been really challenged in thinking about how to put it forward. Tommy?
Yeah. I also think that, what I'm hearing a lot is that, and definitely this is my perspective as a student and talking with other students who are of probably similar minds as me, and I haven't heard the perspectives of people as much worrying about their taxes going up, but I think that the fear is that this will drive people away, and that this increase in taxes might cause someone to vote no. But if you look at all the people that were here tonight, look at how much having this in the provision and having it clear that this is what the board wants, how much that would bring to the effort and the new school proposal as a whole. I think that all of these students would be interested in advocating for this, whereas if we break it up, who's to say that they don't feel defeated, and that, who's to say that they don't feel defeated and as if we don't really care and are less willing to advocate for this project.
I have to admit, I had thought about that idea of splitting up the two and the advantages to it, but I just keep coming back to the 76-53. Seriously? 76 we were at. And we're still at, unless we vote against it. So 76-53. And I mean, is it really the 2.53 million with the soft money that's really gonna break the tax piggy bank? The 3 million? You're kidding me. 76 people. We are looking at 76 versus 53. So I don't think 53 to 50 is what's gonna break someone as far as, I mean, if they're gonna be against it, they're gonna be against the 50 too. They're just gonna, okay, I mean, taxes hurt, but I don't think that, I'm not minimizing how much that is, the turf field, but at the same time, it's got a purpose. And students of any age, and that's why the gym enlargement is suggested as well. The athletic, the physical side is a huge part of education. So it's well spent, and it's not what's gonna break the taxes. My 2 cents.
I just also want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak if they want to. Do you,
So, yeah, I think that's a really good point, Christina. I mean, taking it out does not constitute a large marginal change, especially when you are looking at this over, 20 or 30 years, however this is bonded. I know every dollar matters for many, many families. I've been reluctant to say it because I'm sure my math is bad, but I was trying to estimate this for my own household. And my quick back of envelope math had my monthly payment going up about $2 a month. And don't publish that, please. I'm sure I'm wrong. But I think we have an obligation to be really transparent about what this is going to mean for households and taxpayers. Exactly what is going to be the impact on your bill, and what is that going to be going toward? And I think we've got the next few months to figure that out.
Yeah, and we were waiting, obviously, to see what the board did tonight. But once the board makes a decision tonight, we will be working very hard to get a financing plan so that we have all that information for everyone. And in time for whatever you set for a referendum, which could be June 11th or whatever date the board sets. So we will have that. I also want to just answer it from one other thing. Since I've been in this role, people have talked about sustainability of our district. And whether you've got assets in both towns or whatever, there's been so many conversations about sustainability of our district, especially since we realized that the enrollment downturn did not actually become a downturn. It started going upward many years ago. This is not a new thing. I think it's been since 2015 that our enrollment started going up. And for me, sustainability, if the investment is in this campus, this parcel of land that we've got here in the center of Cumberland, I think that the sustainability has to be something that is comprehensive for the long term. And a lot of people have mentioned long-term planning. Make sure that you're doing something for the long term. Don't just do this and put a piece over here. And I think that may have been the concern with 80 Gray. I know there's about 10 different concerns we've heard, but that was a big one. Are you really planning ahead for everything you also have on the campus that you're not doing? And I think this gets us so much closer to the comprehensiveness and the expandability. The one thing that was in my head for a long time, and Steve Blatt was able to answer this question emphatically after we hired him, was, can this campus really be expanded? And it can be. And I really was convinced it couldn't be. And the expansion is important, but you can't just expand buildings without having other plans for things like play space and common space in your campus. We're unique. We're one of only a handful of campuses in the whole state of Maine. Falmouth's one of them that has one campus, but we have very limited land, so you've got to use it really well. And you have to plan and be very strategic about what you do. You can't have a field with divots and holes and everything like that. You've got to have a field that's predictable, reliable, and can be used a lot on your campus when you invest in a one-campus model like we are, and have 4 buildings on it, which is what we need to sustain enrollment and have expansion. So for me, it's comprehensive. And to me, it's long-term. The people that keep saying, are you ready for the long term? This gets us ready for the long term. And I know people have heard that before and they say, they're just saying that. No, we've been working on this since 2015, looking at this. We've had so many, the board has commissioned enrollment report after enrollment report after enrollment report. We've had 4 designs. We're trying to be comprehensive. We're trying to be long-term. We're trying to be sustainable for the very points that people have wisely pointed out. And I do think that's why I struggle with the recommendation too, because I was trying to, in my mind, get to 50 million and make sure you don't go over. But you can't do that. We had to put those 4 classrooms into Mabel Wilson. We knew that was a question mark. We've known it's a question mark for a while. We finally got an answer that was like definitive. You got to do it to be safe and make sure you're long-term. And I think the turf field is part of that long-term planning, the long-term strategy. And I think, I think this is the choice for the community long-term, and I think for taxpayers, not to have to come back to you in a few years and say, hey, by the way, we need this. We know the pool is outstanding. We know that. But that's the pool. The pool, I swam in the pool. It looks the very same pool that I swam in how many years ago, decades ago. The pool is the pool. We know that there's investment. That's something we ask the community sometime, do you favor that? But I don't see that as a comprehensive part of this plan. This plan is for the long-term sustainability of putting another facility on this campus. And so I think every piece of this is the only way that we can really offer that and be able to say with a straight face, at least I can't, unless I'm saying we're doing everything we can to make sure this is a long-term investment and plan for the district.
Can I ask about when Hutchins Field was new? How old is that field? And while you're thinking, while you're doing the mental math, I'm asking it because over time, and maybe you can answer this, Steve, but over time, I mean, I know fields get damaged, they have to be repaired regularly, but long term, do fields get old and have to be just redone? And again, why I'm asking that, while you're still thinking and you're thinking, it's because, to the point someone made that, back in the day, they made do with what they had. But at some point, that field was new, and those kids got to play on that. So it's not new anymore, and it needs, Kim says, it really needs help. So is that part of what we're dealing with? We've just got an old field, and they need to be redone in some way or another eventually?
My son played soccer for Greeley 20 years ago. And they didn't complain about the field too much, but they didn't practice on it because they had to keep it for games. So they would practice at Twin Brooks. So they're more fragile, and also our students have something to compare it to. Their competitive teams have turf fields or access to them. And when they go to play on a turf field, they're a little bedazzled. And so competition in high school sports is a big deal.
It's changed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Did you figure out how old the field is yet? Scott?
I'm thinking that
I mean, a ballpark.
thinking that when we did the new middle school is when we did the renovation to the field, which would be almost 20 years ago, or 20 years ago. Okay, that's when I'm thinking about that. We did light upgrades and we did the bleacher upgrades and some other things at that time, but that's off the back of the napkin right now.
I mean, maybe historically, athletics weren't as important back then, and now we know that it's part of the whole student and how they do ultimately in life. And maybe that's another change that we're not acknowledging here.
Well, I say to my kids, I did fine in school with notepad and pen. I didn't need a laptop, but that's because there wasn't such a thing as Google Classroom. There wasn't such a thing as email. So I would be depriving my kids if I didn't give them the technological tools to keep up. And I don't think that is a keeping up with the Joneses, because I'm very, very sensitive to that we don't always have to have the best. We're one of the last schools in the state, correct? I believe there's 2 schools that we compete with that do not have a turf field. And so while I don't like giving my kids the newest and best, they need what they need to thrive as a 2024 student. And I think that is the same for our athletes.
But if someone wants to donate a sneakers ground-up field, you wouldn't post or anything, right?
I would not be opposed.
Christine, I will tell you that I do remember that when we did the field, and I can tell you that just before that, I took a lot of pressure because we had to close the existing field because the lights were not grounded. The first set of lights we had, I mean, people may remember that, we couldn't play the championship game on the field. And so that was back prior to that. So in the field, as far as I've been here, I mean, I've been here about 27 years. We've never been able to use it as a practice field in conjunction with being a game field. It's always had to been preserved because it just couldn't take the wear and tear. I think anybody's lawn even could take the wear and tear of, you know, the constant practice and the constant use. So.
All right, so I apologize. Hopefully this is my last comment on this whole thing. It sounds like we all agree that it's like in option A, I am the only one that has voiced E. I just want to set for a warning, and we should be prepared for this because even us right now are doing this. We're turning this into a referendum for turf versus not. Most of the arguments I'm hearing are why we should do a turf field, which I don't disagree with. I want everyone to know that I've been very much convinced that a turf field makes a lot of sense. However, we are putting at risk something that's really important, like the new school. Let's not forget our focus is the new school. We haven't sold it before as an on-campus thing. We are now we're on campus, yes, but not like a long-term big facilities thing, improvement. And so we are now probably going to, by doing option A, making this a referendum on the turf field. You're going to hear a lot of arguments about should we do turf or not do turf? Is turf a luxury? I get what Tom is saying, that it's not, but a lot of people in our community will say it's a luxury. We're already hearing that around the community. And so I think most of the people are in agreement that I've heard, would support the on-campus school. I think we might detract from that. I worry about detracting from that from some others because the turf field represents we're going to keep asking for more and more and more. And so I worry about this becoming a referendum on the turf field rather than what our focus should be on, which is the new school. So that's just a worry about doing option A rather than E.
Yeah, I share your concerns. And to your last point is the one thing that's convincing me to keep it in is that we're not going to go back and then ask for more, that we're trying to say this is comprehensive. This is what we've looked out 10 plus years to make this campus work for every, we've asked a number of times to have the student enrollment studies done and redone so we can ensure that the campus will work at least for 10 years, which is what we can, I think, feel relatively good about. And there's other expansion spaces. And so, yeah, I was right there with you around having it as an option, but I do question, is it really an option to make this work together? That's where I landed.
And ironically, for every one person who I've heard say they won't vote for it if we keep in the turf field, I've heard from 2 who would say they won't vote for it if we take out the turf field. So I have no idea what sampling that is, and it is scary to think of losing votes, but we're going to lose votes either way.
But we're not taking out the turf field in E. That's, again, let's be very clear with that. E includes the turf field. It's just whether or not we give it to the voters to decide whether or not we put a turf field or not.
I agree with you, Tim, but I've come to realize the turf field is not going away. It's going to come up later. People are going to want to vote on it. It's seen as something that helps the whole student. So whether we deal with it now or
but
not,
they get to deal with it in E too. That's the whole point. Like, we are allowing them to vote on a turf field in E. Both A and E allows for that. It's just that we're giving it to the voters to decide whether or not they want to spend a little bit extra money on that turf field. And again, if we have to make cuts on this campus, one of the first things that's going to go is probably the turf field. So that, I think, actually protects it in E just a little bit more. Man, I thought I was done. I'm done. I'm done.
Yes.
Since we're past 9 and we still have a budget to
Yes.
go through line by line, I was wondering if we could bring this to a vote.
Yep, so this is the, option on the table, is the current, is option A for vote. Denny, is there anything you wanna add? You're good? Okay. So all in favor of moving forward with option A? Okay, all opposed?
I'm voting neither for nor against.
Okay, thank you, Denny. And one opposed? Okay, that was Tim. Thank you. I know, I literally walked in undecided, and I know this, I really appreciate the conversation.
Agreed.
For everyone, so.
Can we have a record, though, that the vote is for the, we have to vote for the new school, right? And also, because I support that, I also support a lot of things that are going in both. So it feels like, just on the record, that I do support, obviously, the new school on campus.
Yes.
And so we haven't, right, like, that isn't represented in that last vote.
Do you want us to add something in the minutes, Tim, that would reflect that?
I would appreciate that,
Okay.
yes.
And we'll add also Denny's remark as well in the minutes.
I'm just neither for nor against. That's my only remarks.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Denny. Okay, so I know that was a lot, and we now need to have our budget workshop.
Could we take a back?
Can we take?
break?
Do I need to vote for a break, or can we just
Can I
break?
go run around the
Okay.
field maybe? Just for a minute, I wanna
Good idea.
see what I just voted on.
I think it just locked up when I.
Yeah, that was.
Here we are.
I did figure out how to use this thing, so.
We got the gym.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Nice little short break. We're moving on to the budget workshop. Scott, please walk us through.
I will. So, so the Finance Committee has been actively involved in the budget process all along and looked at some detail of the budget. So tonight, some of this will be a recapture of Jeff's previous presentation and things that the Finance Committee are probably pretty well aware of. But so what we're going to do is just talk about major changes in the budget and the reasons why. It won't be a line by line, but it'll just be taking the major changes in the budget and working us through that from revenues all the way to expenditures and all the way to tax rate. So we first start with our revenues, and as you saw at the last presentation of the budget, we have revenues which consist of Chevigue Island debt service, which is the debt service that Chevigue owed to the district when they withdrew from Cumberland. And this, I believe the last payment is in 25-26 for this. So one more year out, and then there'll be no debt service coming in, but there'll be no expenditure on the school side either. Miscellaneous revenue is an increase of $55,000. The majority of that is due to interest earnings. Medicaid billings is the other piece, and then also our use of facilities, which Jeff mentioned was the GCA and other uses of the facilities, gyms, et cetera. Our state subsidy actually increased by $1,014,000 this year, which helps offset our tax assessment to the two communities. And the majority of that increase was due to our increased student count and enrollment in the subsidy calculation formula. Also, our special ed allocation increased. Our transportation allocation also increased from operation and the subsidization of a bus, and also we're getting a reimbursement on a portion of our modular square footage. So while our modulars are, as Jeff mentioned earlier, almost $600,000, we're getting a little over $200,000 in subsidy from the state to offset some of that cost. So. All right, we then go into the expenditure budget. This is just a recap from the last presentation. I won't spend much time on that. It's just what's in the various cost centers. Again, this is the cost center summary, which is also on the front of your budget, showing that it's an increase of 6.82%. If you remember, the last budget was 6.87. There was some minor tweaks that we brought it down slightly. So then we get into the cost centers and talking about the expenditure areas. And the way we've developed this presentation is that we've talked about just the major changes to the budget. Now, obviously, salaries and benefits across the entire budget have increases to that, right? We budgeted 7%. I haven't outlined every salary and benefit increase because it's, you know, a standard salary increases across, and then the benefits are a 7% increase. There's also the 1% in here for the state's FMLA law, which is about $181,000, and that's for about 6 months of that cost because it takes effect as of January 1. And it's not determined yet exactly what the shares on that will be between employer and employee. So as we go through and look at some of the changes, we've organized it as contributing changes. I've listed the page number and the line number and the amount of the change. So it's, if you want to go back further into the budget, if you go a couple of pages back in the budget, you'll start with one, which is regular instruction, and it'll give you that particular line and number. So just as an example, I won't do this for everyone, but if you take your budget, peel back 2 pages, and then you'll have a third page which is labeled 1, okay? All right, so if you look at this, you'll see that you have the 2 years prior actual expenditures, the current year's adopted, and then the, how's that? Okay, thank you. Okay, and then the amount that we budgeted for 24-25, and then the column out is the increase or decrease, and then the percentage of increase or decrease. So look to the far left-hand column, you'll see the line number. It's on line 1, you'll see teacher salaries. Then if you look down to the right-hand corner, there's page 1 of 56. So you have the line number and the page number to correspond to what these increases and decreases are. So in the district, we've reduced 3 teaching positions in this budget. 2 of them were at MIW, and the net effect of that is about $71,000 at Mabel I. Wilson School after you take into account salary increases, less the 2 positions that we've reduced. So does that make sense so far? So you can kind of see where that's at. And I did share a copy of the presentation with everyone to be able to follow by line. So the other position that was eliminated was a science position at the high school. And again, I've listed the page and the line number. We've added a .5 Spanish teacher at the middle school, and that was for increased enrollment. There was a reduction in textbooks at 6-8, and that had to do with a one-time math purchase, math curriculum purchase, which isn't in the 24-25 budget. We increased substitutes across the district. We have permanent subs that are that we've hired in the district to address our substitute needs, and that's worked out very well. We're also starting to get daily subs again now that things have kind of loosened up a little bit, and we're actually able to hire daily substitutes. So you'll see those substitute lines have also increased. So substitute at MIW, a little over 14,000. Substitutes at the middle school, 15,000, and so on and so on. The other is at Greeley High School, there was a reduction in the equipment line, and that had to do with some science equipment purchases that we did in the current year we're in, but are not necessary in the next year, so it's a decrease. So I'll stop here on this page just in case anybody has any questions about how we're going through this and if people kind of understand it.
Well, I was just wondering if you could note for, I know as a board, we've received additional information about the teaching positions that
Yes.
that we are reducing at Mabel I. Wilson and the GHS Science, but those are all, just for the public, those are all from attrition.
I'll let you answer.
Yes, they're all from attrition. There were 2 criteria that we looked at. One was an enrollment study that we did in the fall of 2023. We looked at all of class sizes and across the entire district. So that was number 1, and number 2 was making sure that we're doing this through attrition. So no one is actually losing their job. These are positional cuts only. But thank you, Ann.
And that overall reduction there is salaries and benefits.
Salaries and benefits of about $320,000.
Okay.
Yes.
Those are broken out in more detail.
Yes. Okay, so we'll continue on. The next cost center would be special education. And again, regular instruction, which is the one we just looked at, and special education, are, quite frankly, have a lot of employee costs that are involved with those, right? So, so it stands to reason that there are some of the larger increases due to the salary increases of those areas. So for special education, we actually had a reduction of $40,000 in our out-of-district tuition line, or our private tuition. And these all have to private tuition. And these all have to do, they're related to, students no longer needing the placement. And then 6 through 8, Greeley Middle School, we also reduced there by $40,000. And then we have a Greeley High School out-of-district tuition line, which is currently about $100,000. And that's related to a student. The $13,000 increase you're seeing here is that we had to budget for an increase that actually happened in the middle of the year. So, so we had to budget for an increase on that. And we're hoping that the $13,000, that they won't bear another increase mid-year next year, but so there was about a $13,000 increase to that. The next cost center is other instruction. And you remember in the budget, we talked about funding some club stipends at the middle school. Jeff had listed that as one of the priorities. That's the dollar difference around that. And then we have high school game administration, which is in our athletics. And that number right there is for scoring and officials. Each year, the officials come in, they get paid for doing the games. And I've estimated what the cost increase might be for those officials. Athletic stipends is another area, and again, there's an increase there that has to do with some of the stipend review work that we did, and I think, Ann, you were part of that when we were doing that, as was Leanne, and we were looking at some of the stipend pieces, and there were a couple that were reviewed, and also takes into account some increase in the stipend payments. So we continue on to student and staff support, and this is the area that has your technology, your guidance, your library, and those areas. And you'll see this is an area that is many of the professional services, the software, and the leases that we entered into in the current year. So all of these lines, if you go down to the bottom, we've organized all of these lines by school. So like you can go to page 9 and pick up on professional services, software and hardware, right, which is Mabel I. Wilson School. Then you go down and it'd be, 4 or 5 at Greeley Middle School. But to explain the increases in these areas, purchase professional services has to do with cybersecurity and then doing the one calendar for the district. And if you remember, those were items that were in the priorities that we put forward at the last budget presentation that we had. The technology-related software, that has to do with many of the increased costs that we've had across the district. Some of this is new, but also licensing has gone up. So like there's assessment software, testing software, there's Apple licensing that we have to pay for now, and there's also student data privacy software costs that have gone up. Technology hardware is the other area, and this is the 2024 lease. If you remember, I came to you this year and said, here's all the technology that we bought, here's what we had to add to the modulars, here's the devices that we purchased, and we entered into an agreement on a lease purchase. Well, the first payment of that lease purchase doesn't come due until 2025. So that's why you're seeing it here as an increase. And much of it had to do with some of the stuff that went on with the modulars in terms of projectors, access points, and then other was replacement of Chromebooks within the facilities for different grade levels. So that's why you're seeing the hardware, such as in this area right here, line 31, page 31, line 600. That's the technology hardware. So I'll stop on that one for just a minute to see if anybody has any questions, because that's that's some rather large amounts. If you look at it as technology as a whole.
Scott, can I ask about the lease purchases?
Yes.
Particularly for the modulars and the access points?
Yes.
All that cost will be going away, right? When we don't have the modulars.
It's equipment that we've purchased, and we've lease purchased it over a 3-year period, but yes, if we don't have to put more modulars in, we don't have to put more technology into the modulars. So, but they certainly are pieces that we could repurpose when the modulars are taken out.
Yeah,
we would repurpose those projectors, and we would repurpose access points, et cetera, if we can.
Okay, and they can be put in the new school or whatever, wherever they're needed. So
we hope so, if the timing works.
Okay.
So, all right. So let's continue on, and we will move on to system administration, which is the cost center there, which, again, legal costs, we talked about that, and the increase of $50,000, that's a budget to actual cost. And that's just looked at over a few years of how our legal costs have gone up. Audit service has increased by $6,700. That's a budget to actual over the past couple of years. We're now required to have the single audit because of the federal grants we have. And I also anticipate some additional cost around some of the things we're going to be doing around the building project, et cetera, in our audit for next fiscal year. Professional development, we have individuals in the office, this would be a budget to actual, who are interested in taking some school finance classes. So we want to make sure that we have the funds available for that to keep them updated on some of the latest training and so forth in school finance. Software repair and maintenance, that's decreased by a little over $12,000, and that's because we're no longer going to have the maintenance on the Tyler Technology software, which is our accounting software that we're going to be leaving behind in October. Advertising, that's a budget to actual, and that has to do with our staff recruitment so far. The large page colored ads in the Forecaster don't come cheaply. Neither does the ads in the Portland Press Herald and other advertisements that we do, and some of the other creative stuff of putting advertisements in the movie theaters on the screen and things of that nature. So we've really gone after recruitment and found that we've had some great success with some of the things we've been doing. So that would just be a budget to actual in advertising. Might be an area we could look at reducing, but that's really a budget to actual for now. Supplies is a budget to actual, an increase of about 2,800. Everything's gone up. Paper products, you know, all office supplies have gone up. Technology software for the accounting. While our accounting was going to be in the area of, I believe it was 68,000, this is the net effect of 55,000 to that line, because we've had some reduction that helps offset that cost. And then this is the net increase there by adding in the new software. This will allow us to have new accounting software because Tyler Technologies will no longer be supporting what we have, and also allow us to increase and do electronic timesheets rather than paper timesheets, which we've been doing for a number of years. This will get us into the new century. Dues and memberships is a budget to actual decrease, and that just has to do with less memberships of organizations in our office and not belonging to those. School administration, so this is the office of the principal in each building with the secretaries and the principals and things that go along with that. Technology software, little over, you know, almost $7,300 in each one of these schools. So you have, you know, MIW, you have the middle school, 4-5, you have the main office, and then you have the high school. And all of these are just related to the registration software that we purchased this year to get away from the paper registrations and being able to do things online. It also has to do with Power School and also the Bright Chat application that we have, which is also tied to Power School. Transportation and buses. So we have employee training in that, which has gone up, and that has to do with drivers wanting to attend the annual conference, and also training that we would like to do in-house on some of the student management on the bus, and just helping our drivers with some of that. Contract services is a budget to actual. That has to do with some of our our software contracts, our internet access, and things of that nature, and it's gone up slightly by $5,000. Purchase, repair, and maintenance has gone up $43,000, and that's a budget to actual based on our sublet. So if we have to get a hold of Palmer Spring to put springs in the buses, if we have to send them to the dealer for repairs because a turbo unit is gone or something like that, that's certainly beyond the capability that we have to do in the bus garage. So we send those items out. Our van lease purchases, you have principal and interest on those, and those are the vans that I brought forth this year to lease purchase that we bought, and you'll find that the first payment comes due in 2025, even though we received them in 2024. The aides salary on the buses, we have aides that are riding on vans and buses for our students, and then also have regular salaries here that are increased because of the use of the number of vans that we're using now. So we then go to facilities, and here's where you'll see on modular classroom lease, it's up by $229,000. We built the modular section, we added on to the modulars. We put in the 12-room cluster, and our total at Mabel I. Wilson School is $486,000, but it's increased by $229,000 because we didn't bring the additional lease on until this particular year for next year, 2025. MIW supplies, up $4,000 in facilities, and that has to do with floor finishes and paper products and just the increased cost of that. We refinish our own gym floors, and much of those costs have gone up. The equipment, this is just to replace some of the aging floor equipment that we have, the $10,000. We haven't done a replacement on the floor machines and things of that nature in quite some time. There's also the modular lease at the middle school, which is $71,000, a little over $71,000. So as Jeff mentioned earlier, you're fast approaching that $600,000 mark when you look at $486,000 at MIW and $71,000 at the middle school. That's what we're actually paying for modular classrooms on the campus now in a lease. Contracted services, we also increased that by $50,000, and that's because our contracted services in the district for outside contractors, which whether it's Siemens or the mechanical contractors who have been working on the AC unit and the chiller unit at the middle school, which has been giving us a lot of problem, our budget to actual on that is $50,000, so increase. And our last cost center that we need to talk about, okay, I told you I was doing the condensed version tonight, so I'll wait for questions after this, we have debt service going down of $177,000, and that's just naturally declining debt service that we've had over time. So the next piece that we need to talk about is a tax assessment. How are taxes assessed to the two communities? So when we talk about that, we have an assessment that's given to both communities, and you take your gross budget, subtract out whatever revenues you're receiving, you know, state revenue, you know, miscellaneous revenue, there should be debt service, and you come up with a tax assessment number, which is $34,412,000. That's the total that gets assessed to the two communities. So even though our budget is, you know, if it's, you know, 47 million for this year, or we're upwards of 50 million for next year, the assessment is 34,412,000. So how does that amount get assessed to the two communities? There's a few factors that go into that. The first factor is, what is the average state valuation at the bottom of this page for 3 years? So for Cumberland, their average valuation is about 72.35% of the total. North Yarmouth is 27.65% of the total. This only comes into play when we're talking about the additional local amount that's raised. So there's the first piece of the formula and the second piece of the formula. I've kind of explained a little bit about the second piece of the formula because there's two components in how the taxes are assessed. Your cost sharing with the state of Maine of what you have to raise in order to get your state subsidy, which is the 6.62 mills, and you can see that Cumberland's raising a little over 11 million, 4 million, a little over that for North Yarmouth, and that has nothing to do with the cost sharing between the two communities. That's strictly just when you're cost sharing with the state in order to get your state subsidy. The second part of the formula is the additional local. So this is what we raise in addition to what the required local is. And this is the number that's based on the valuation of the two communities. So the 19 million is divided up by 72.35% Cumberland, 27.65% North Yarmouth. And that's how that, and that's cost sharing between the two communities and doesn't have to do with the state of Maine. So you get to a total of 2425, which is the 34,412,000. And you can see the difference between Cumberland's assessment in this particular year, which is, you know, about 25 million versus 23 million, or their net increase in assessment is about $1.8 million, or 88 cents on the tax rate, or $88 per every 100,000 of value, or 3.98%. In North Yarmouth is 370,000. Or about 371, or 60 cents, or 3.13% right now. So that's how the taxes are assessed. And I went through that rather quickly, so I don't know if anybody has any questions on that, but it's really, there's several sections. It's not based on student count. It's based purely on valuation on the additional local. And the required local of 6.62 mils is dictated by the state of Maine of what you have to raise in order to get your state subsidy. So the only amount that's subject to a local cost sharing formula is this 19 million. Okay. Any questions on that so far?
Scott, I would just say that this is a terrific budget.
Thank you, Denny.
I think it really is a great budget, easy to sell, I believe, and particularly because the increase in the mill rate over there is less than the rate of inflation from year to year, which is a miracle of the loaves and the fishes. I don't know, how did you pull it off? Because you say, how did you come up, you know, everything you had to do and have the increase in the mill rate at the town level go up less or equal to inflation?
Well, there's additional valuation in the communities.
Right, that's
Okay,
the
which
thing.
is helping. And there's also the additional state subsidy that we received, which helped offset that. But I also think bringing forward, a responsible budget.
Yeah, we
and,
did some salary reductions, which is important.
Absolutely.
You're lugging the whole new portable lease, which is new expense.
Mhm.
So it's a great story. And I'm looking forward to selling it.
Great, thank you, Denny. I'm looking forward to you selling it, so. All right,
He did it so we could afford to build a new school.
That's it, right. We have room for debt service, okay?
we go.
So that was really it, and that was the question. So I tried to do the condensed version tonight. I mean, other times we've gone exactly line by line by line, but this budget had so few of new things going forward that we put forward for additional items that it made sense to maybe condense that down a little bit differently this year. So, any other questions?
Well, and to that point, I think the presentation 2 weeks ago was really focused on the new things that move forward. And so even though the areas where there was increases or differences weren't necessarily, it wasn't tied to something necessarily new that was put forward. It's just making sure that the right amount was in that category.
Exactly, a lot of budget to actuals.
Right. Because yes, we put very little new forward.
Very little.
Okay? That's it then. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you all have your night reading now that you have the presentation on the lines and the pages.
Great. Okay, so let's move to, superintendent's report. Sorry. For some reason, my eyes just skipped that initially.
Tried skipping it last time, too.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. I don't know, one of the students said that it was their favorite part of the presentation. of the night.
Superintendent's report, I love it.
I just want to say that. All right, so the superintendent's report, Mabel I. Wilson School, first time in many years, Mabel I. Wilson held a whole school assembly. 762 children, I believe, were in that room, and 100 adults. So in the newly upgraded multi-purpose room, temperature it's kind of like here earlier. It was very warm in there when I was there. Greeley Middle School 4-5, they had Global Play Day. This is an annual event at 4-5. And it's just an opportunity to take a few hours and build in learning around play, and the connection between learning and play. You can see that Lou, the therapy dog, certainly always is getting attention no matter where she is, I've noticed. They had an assembly the other day, and Lou was just laying on the floor. Kids were going over, enjoying Lou. Mrs. MacArthur was reading to students during library class as part of the Read Across America week. We had a lot of different readers that week, and just, getting students exposed to different kinds of genre and different kinds of readers and speakers. I had a chance to go over and read to one of the classes. There was a great, enjoyable event that they had over there. Early Middle School 6-8, part of being in 8th grade is that you start thinking about high school this time of year. And so our wonderful high school counselors go down and work with the 8th graders to get their schedules, start talking about what high school is like, start talking about the different courses and offerings, and there's orientation for families that happened as well already. I think that was last week. So this is just one of those transition events that we annually hold in the district. Greeley Middle School 6-8. Whoops, I lost here it is. This is worth it, trust me. You'll want to see this.
What you wanna do today? I said, hey, what you wanna do today? Sometimes you choose to have a good day. Look at your blues and turn the other way. Ignore the news for just a few. Say no more gray, I'm okay, I'll pick a getaway. Lace up my shoes to go and meet bae. We'll rendezvous at that cafe. Girl, we can do whatever you say. Go catch a matinee, pray for some sunny rays. I'm alright, baby, would you be my tag along? We can meet our friends in the mall that any day could be fun. Bet you never heard a ukulele on a rap song. Finger snapping, cause you know I feel like rapping. And I see the toes are tapping, and all of the kids are clapping. Today it is meant for laughing, and do it what you imagine. So buckle your belt and strap, and you dream to go make it happen, Kevin. This day was marvelous, and when the sun sets, we will tell the Noche Hola. Let's open happiness, cause you know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. We got the whole day and the night too, so what do you say? Get the whole crew, we catching views like a kite over dunes. Think the man in the moon might get jealous of you. Hey, I got Juanitas in the high shoes. My senorita, you're who I choose. Following shoes like we looking for clues. So the music is through. If I'm running on fumes, so just give me a boost. Sounding like the fattener youth when I step in the booth. Everybody feels fresh when you give them the truth. So go and catch your breath, cause we got work to do. I said, oh, the sky was so blue today. Any grayscale ghost got chased away. Blue turns to gold, but everybody stays. There's still songs that the DJ needs to play. Say, this day was marvelous, and when the sun sets, we will tell the Noche Hola. Let's open happiness, cause you know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Come and join the party, everybody. Hey, buddy, put down your iPhone or Motorola. We got the confetti, keep it steady. I'm ready for some of that sweet Coca-Cola. Get the people singing from Thailand to England, Libya to India to Minnesota. We gon' live it up, so pour it up, pour it up. Pour me some of that Coca-Cola. This day was marvelous, and when the sun sets, we will tell the Noche Hola. Let's open happiness, cause you know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You know that tonight is as sweet as Coca-Cola. Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's your Greeley Middle School 6-8 staff. They did a great job. Every year they do something funny, and this year I came across this. I was like, no, I've got to show this at the meeting. It's amazing. They always like to get into it with the kids and have fun, and sometimes they just like to have fun by themselves and then show the kids. So I believe this was shown in all advisories after they did that. But Greeley High School Spirit Week. Ooh, I don't want to steal any thunder, so I'm not going to, but here's some photos of Spirit Week, and I think the seniors won again like they always do. Right? Isn't that the tradition? Seniors win no matter what. Maybe not. No. Class of 2026 raised over $100 for Cow Cares, and there's some more Spirit Week from the high school as well. They always do a banner for the assembly that they have, and that was that last week? My weeks are mixing together. No, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I don't know what happened to last week. Rangers Rock. What's that? Oh, yes.
Our very own Tommy. The Tommy one. Who's that guy?
Which one?
America.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Uncle Sam? Uncle Sam. Congratulations to Lauren Hazard. Actually, Lauren was here tonight, I believe, speaking, and Charlie and Nanya. Charlie's been here a couple times speaking to you for winning the Western Maine Conference Citizenship Award. Also, Rangers Rock, congratulations to the NHS for surpassing their goal of 58 donations last week at the blood drive, the largest school blood drive in the state, and 33 students were first-time participants and staff. In the superintendent's notebook, I just wanted to say that we have upgraded our webpage for easy access to the school building project page and the budget page. So there's two large buttons on our page now. You can just click on the button, it'll take you straight to the page. So you don't have to navigate and try to find where the budget is or where the school project is. There it is, right in the corner. Also in the superintendent's notebook, I did send this out in the newsletter, but just want to reiterate, because I keep getting emails. April 8th, there is a total eclipse. Total eclipse of the total eclipse. We are not changing our schedule that day. I know some districts are, but we are not changing that day. Parents can obviously do what they need to do, but I just wanted to put it out there that April 8th is a regular school day. That's
What
it.
does that sign mean on the right?
That means no change in direction.
Oh, is that a new sign, Kim? Traffic regulation? I missed that?
It means
Okay,
no
this is
change
just gen-
direction.
No change of
Don't do that.
direction.
That would be dangerous.
That's what it means. And I think it's new. I think they just started putting it out.
So one item I did want to add to Rangers Rock, I was reading the Sunday paper and saw that we have, once again, the swimmer of the year with Audrey Cohen.
Yes.
That was very cool to
And
see.
we've recognized Audrey before, but yes,
Right,
that
is this her
that's a new
third,
development.
her
Yes,
third year
I believe so.
winning this?
Undefeated all
Yeah.
4 years.
Yes.
Never lost a single swim race.
Well,
That is unbelievable.
yeah, I happened to go a race my first and only high school swim meet that I've been to yet. And I think she was doing a race that she'd never done before, and she got the school record. Is that true, Tommy?
Yeah, no, she had done it before.
She had done it
but
before, but yeah.
No, it definitely was not her best event, and I think she got 3 records that meet, and it was just like a random dual meet. So
Okay.
she's amazing.
Was it the fly?
No, it was distance free, so the 500 and 200.
Okay. Interesting.
That's very cool. All right. Any other questions for superintendent's report? All right. Student report.
Okay, so we took the SATs, and it was the first year of them being digital. So that means that our scores are back super early on Friday. Not yet.
Okay.
So, but they're coming this week. We also have parent-teacher conferences. That's not just at the high school, though, but the students get to have super early release Wednesdays. So I'm very excited about those. I think lots of people are. Next Friday is the end of quarter 3 as well. So that's 3/4 of the way through this year. Quarter 3 I think it's been very busy for lots of us. And then the IB Arts seniors have put up their exhibitions in the GCA lobby, and my art class took a trip down and we looked at them. Very cool. It's kind of crazy, but next year my art will be down there too. So it's super cool to see what they're doing. So, yeah.
Yeah, and like in the superintendent's report, we had Spirit Week 2 weeks ago, and the seniors did win, as they usually do. What can I say? No, but it was also home to new traditions where we couldn't decorate hallways anymore due to the fire hazards, and the fire chief saying no to that. So we started a new tradition of decorating the gym where we have our assembly, which who knows if that will stick, but I thought it was nice to have that as well because it made the assembly even more festive. And also we had the blood drive, which was run by NHS, and I was first-time donor, and I can't wait to donate again. I got my blood card back today, and now I know what blood type I am. So they made it really easy for first-time donors and everyone donating, which was great. For the seniors, we are kind of midway through March, which means it's right in the middle of decision season. So the next time we meet, it will be right at the end. So, and then the month of April begins where everyone has to choose. And also for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, the course registration forms have been due. So they also kind of know what classes they will be doing next year. And also looking forward to graduation, our graduation speeches. If students wanted to speak at graduation, the drafts were due on the 15th, the last Friday. So, yeah.
Did you enter?
I did not. I wanted to, but I feel like I didn't have a complete idea as to what I would have written about.
Hey, Tommy, graduation might actually be after the last day of school this year. No, I'm just kidding. I don't make the weather.
Community engagement.
Okay. I don't know if you heard, but there was a big vote tonight. And so now that we have chosen a direction, the community engagement will spring into action with a lot of information. We are working with Foundation 51 and the PTO to post on their partner sites, on our own MSAD 51 social media. We'll be putting updates on the website that Jeff pointed out. We've got some fun signs being printed, and I think Tommy will send the Sign Up Genius to everybody to sign up for in-person events, and there are quite a few of them. Some of them include parent-teacher conferences, basically just sort of manning a table for a few hours in the lobby. We've got an opportunity at Footloose this weekend, if people are available, and then a few in-person activities that we'll do in conjunction with Steve. And those dates will all be on the Sign Up Genius, so we are hoping for lots of involvement from the board. The other thing that I would love to work in at some point is having Tommy's dad, Dr. Barr, and Dr. Wagner, who are community members and medical people who know a lot about turf fields, injuries, things like that. They've both agreed to speak about turf and injuries on turf and how to prevent injuries, conditioning that we now know people need to do to help prevent injuries, things like that. So if we can work in a Q&A with them, maybe at one of these in-person events, we were hoping to do it tonight, but clearly tonight was not the right time. But they've made themselves available, which is very kind. I'll update the town council about tonight's decision in early April. I think Leanne will do the same at the North Yarmouth Select Board meeting. And then the one other thing that I wanted to just quickly mention that was emailed to me and could definitely go in communications, but didn't get it together in time to send to Leanne, is that there is a first annual Community Orchard Planting Day, Town of Cumberland Arbor Day event. And they'll be planting bare root apple, pear, plum, cherry, peach, mulberry, quince, and chestnut trees. What is the orchard? It is a town-owned resource for the whole community, managed by the LCC, the Land and Conservation Committee. This thing is happening on Sunday, May 5th, starting at 9 a.m. Rain or shine, there will be a potluck. Tools will be provided, and you can go and plant trees. So somebody reached out to the engagement committee with that information. And that's it.
It's my project.
Oh, nice. Great. And maybe somebody can talk about the new school on campus. Okay.
Great in-person event.
Right? Sounds like Jenny's going to be there. Finance.
Nothing to add for finance.
Great. Thank you. Policy.
We meet on Wednesday to review IHCD, which right now only covers AP classes, so we'll be expanding it to ensure IB is in there as well. And then just finishing up some other policies that we've already started, or, well, maybe not finishing, continuing, I should say.
Thank you, Anne. Facilities.
Really not much to add other than what we've been talking about all night. The revolving repairs were discussed by, were explained by Scott. We discussed the other features of the new school, the 4 classrooms, the gym expansion, the cafeteria, the maintenance building, about moving it, and that the Farmers Club, Cumberland Farmers Club is still having to have their board meeting as far as whether they'll be interested in removing it and preserving it, but otherwise a contact is made with the Historical Society, and they understand how we are interested in helping, but the building is not going to be moved. So that was wrapped up, and then we also talked about the turf field, and yes, I really have nothing to add that's new. You've kind of heard it all tonight.
Thanks, Christina. Curriculum?
We have our next curriculum meeting next Monday. Sadly, it will be Susie Robbins' final curriculum committee meeting. We will be talking about the implications of this new school plan on the curriculum.
Great. Equity?
We had a meeting on Wednesday, which I was not able to attend because I was in a different time zone. So Tim, do you mind giving a recap?
Sure.
I forgot to talk to you about that
No,
first,
no,
sorry.
I figured as much. So I thought we would take the rest of the year off after passing the plan, but we didn't. We actually had to execute against the plan. So the first step was to meet with the librarians to do some basic data gathering and kind of figure out how equity plays into a lot of their work and kind of their challenges around it and their successes. And like Heather and Dorothy, like they had a PowerPoint presentation. They gave us a tour. Like I had a whole like agenda and I just handed it over to them. They did a brilliant job of kind of explaining everything to us in a way that we could all understand, answering our questions. The libraries are, the work that's done in there, the representation, the thought that goes into it, the personal touches that they make with each student is very impressive. I definitely recommend everyone reach out to them. But I think we also learned a lot about where we can support them, some of the things that we could probably do a little bit better or make their jobs a little bit easier. And so hopefully in the next equity meeting we can kind of debrief that. But if all our other kind of conversations with the various different teams go like that, like it was a great experience. Yeah.
Yeah, I was sorry to miss it. And just to kind of wrap that up, I want to give a shout out to Heather Perkinson. She was on Maine Calling this week as the president of the school librarians, right?
Yep.
Maine
Maine
school
School
librarians,
Librarians.
yes.
Yep.
They were talking about books being requested to be taken out of libraries, and she did a fantastic job. So we're very, very lucky to have her. All the librarians, but yeah.
Great. Any ad hoc committees, Anne?
Wellness, we met on March 12th, and some things to report back from that is we have had a number of district staff who have completed the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guidelines training. I think we're up to about 14 staff who will be completing it. Also, each building has been reviewing the homework policy and handbook language. As a group, we reviewed the Maine Learning Results Health Education Standards, looking for ways that it addresses nutrition. April 1st, Eric Brown will be here to present the results of the Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey. And on April 27th, John Carlson will be here to discuss nutrition.
So for community partners, we have our next meeting coming up in early April, but a couple of things on my radar for PTO and Foundation 51. Our Foundation 51's spring grant cycle is ending March 22nd, so later this week. And for PTO, they have a parent university event coming up on Wednesday in this room, Raising Sexually Healthy Children, which is a second workshop, but this one is focused on children ages 9 to 17, so older age group than their previous workshop. That's 6 p.m. in this room, and I know that they request that you register in advance if possible. They also have their 5th grade trivia night coming up, and just had their 4th grade trivia night at the end of last week. I think the registration for the 5th grade is closed, but
It's actually 4th, 5th combined.
Oh, is it combined?
Yeah, they had to push them together.
Oh, okay. 'Cause
Yeah.
originally the plan was to do them
Yep.
separately.
Yeah,
So is
they
that
just
still
changed.
coming up then? Yeah.
This
still
Thursday,
coming up.
yeah.
Okay, Thursday. And then Greeley Gear is on sale through the 22nd, which is Friday, I think.
As the GCA representative, I feel it's important to mention that there is a big production that is coming up this weekend, Footloose, which Megan mentioned. The drama team has their own Spirit Week going on, and I say that because I helped my son dress like an 80s dude today. So I don't know, did you get to see him? I almost gave you a heads up, like, try to see him. So the drama club will be celebrating every day, promoting the play, but it's almost sold out. So if you want to go see it, buy your tickets now. It's going to be great.
Friday and Saturday at 7 p.m. And then Sunday at 2.
Oh, I realized, so Tommy and Sophia, how was the hunger banquet?
It was amazing.
It went a lot better than we thought it would. So.
No, yeah, it was great. We had a lot of participation. Many people came, and it was a really great experience. Leanne was there.
They did a fantastic job. Yeah.
But yeah, I was in charge of making one of the rice, one of the rice for the middle income, and that was fun. But I feel like everyone. It was a very educational experience, and we had teachers that came and students and parents. It was all different ages.
And we raised $545
for Preble Street. Yeah.
Very nice. That's great.
Any other committees?
I'll say thank you to the PTO. They provided, or are providing lunar glasses, I guess that's the name of them, for all students at the elementary level if they want them. Solar glasses.
That's great.
Yes, that's they're providing them, so they're paying for them.
That's really wonderful.
The only other thing, Leanne, that I was going to mention was we had a profile of a learner meeting today. I don't know if you want to say anything about that, but I think more to come on that.
Yeah, more to come on that because we're moving towards the final stages of solidifying this year's plan, but then hoping to really talk about it more broadly in the community through strategic priorities as we look at those for the district going forward. But yeah, it was a good meeting, and unfortunately Susie's last one. So I think everything I was going to say has been covered for communications. I was going to talk about Footloose, and that's already been talked about. I was concerned about they're selling individual seat tickets and just hoping the students know that so they can make sure they get theirs ahead of time if they haven't already. But really looking forward to that this weekend, and just really excited about all the community engagement that's coming up, and can't wait to start having conversations in the community about the plan that we approved. So would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Great. Megan, Christina, all in favor? Great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.